Tosin Opalike. Could you make your way to the Have a round of applause, please.
Young and getting it. I love that.
So Mr. Tosin is the founder of Canadian Stone Enterprises, CS Media, and it's a creative communication agency that is definitely going global. Please, a round of applause.
A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. I love the energy. I love the energy. Now it's time for me to introduce some of the speakers. Wow. First and foremost, put your hands together for Dr. Foy. He's a content, entertainment, and marketing expert with 12 years of experience, which spans through production, both in digital and traditional media. Talk about putting his money where his mouth is. Come on, a round of applause, please. Thank you.
All right, so the next speaker I would like to bring on the stage, this one is a personal honor for me because I've learned directly from him, and I can already see the impact of all the things I've learned being put into practical use.
Yeah.
Please, Mr. Chris Ode, would you make your way?
A round of applause.
A round of applause, please. Just like our directors, Mr. Chris Ode is also a trained mechanical engineer turned film maker. And he's been in the industry for
a round of
15
applause.
years, and he has produced over 20 films.
Wow.
The likes of Rattlesnake, Living in Bondage, and much more. A round of applause for one.
Living in Bondage. Had amazing reviews, if you ask me. Amazing, amazing reviews. Ooh, a lady is finally coming on stage. She is drop dead gorgeous, a personal friend of mine. She is someone who is a force to reckon with, if I do say so myself. Her name is Adeswa Kella. A brief introduction about her: she's a creative director of Shades Media and Events. She has more than 9 years of experience in media, public relations, and event planning. And in that space, she has done so well. And outside of that field, she's a known figure in radio and TV, where she, promotes music for artists. And that is such a really great thing she has done. Organizing over 100 events within Abuja and outside Abuja. She is one of the best of the best. A round of applause for Adeswa Kella. Drop dead gorgeous, baby. And we have the last moderator.
Okay, so for the last speaker, please, it's my honor and my very great pleasure to please welcome. So put your hands together as we bring on Lulu Madaki, please, everybody.
Lulu Madaki, beautiful wife, event planner, and she is a household name also in Abuja. But I beg your pardon, she is not the last speaker. We have Chris O'Day, who has, okay, he's here already. Okay, I think we're good to go then, right? We have Dr. Foy, Tokpe Salami. Yeah, so we skipped one. Tokpe Salami, please can you come on stage? A round of applause for him, please. I love what you're putting on. Artistic, can you tell me what you're wearing? Can you tell me what you're wearing, like the design?
I'll tell you after this.
Okay. A round of applause for everyone here. Dr. Foy, Tokpe Salami, Adeswa Kella, Lulu Madaki, and Chris O'Day. And our moderator, the one and only Tosin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's be interactive. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. My name is Tosin Opalike, and it's a privilege to be here this afternoon. I would like to thank Mr. Elijah and the entire Takeout Media team for this great opportunity. Please, can we put our hands together for them? And I'm also privileged to be sitting with amazing people that I look up to in the industry. I'm so glad to be meeting you today, sir. God bless you, Dr. Foy. Please, a round of applause for him. And round of applause for Dr. Ode also. I'm prophesying. Lulu Madaki is here. Please, can you put your hands together for her? And Adesua Kela also. And one man that is very, very important to me. He's my lawyer, actually. He's an entertainment lawyer, the first that I ever met, and we've been working together for some years now. Please put your hands together for Tokwe Salami. So we're going to be watching a video of an entertainment giant in Nigeria. His name is Bizu Osikoya, and they're going to play his video, and that will lead us into our panel discussion. Our panel is the business of entertainment, how creatives can leverage their talents and then make profits from it, basically. I was privileged to start my career at a very young age, at the age of 10. In 2007, I became an MC. I started comedy at the age of 12 and grew up that way, and eventually evolved into advertising when I met Mr. Elijah. So I've really been in many different spheres of life, and I'll be happy to share experiences with us today with, of course, my bosses who are here and my big madams. So please, can we have the video up now? Bizu Osikoya's video. All right, thank you very much for that, media team. So we're going to dive into our discussion right away, and I would like to begin with the OG on stage. Yes, you, sir. Yeah, so we'll begin with Dr. Foy. So I have this question for you, sir. And you've been around in the entertainment industry for a long time, I think for over a decade now. And you've worked with a lot of talents over the years. So I want to know, with your vast experience in the entertainment industry, how do you think the industry has evolved over the years? Like, at what point when you entered the industry, how was the industry at the time? And then how have you seen it evolve to what it is today?
Thank you very much. So, first of all, I'm honored to be here, very honored. And the reason why is because I got into the industry by serendipity. So I read medicine in school, I'm a doctor. And I was hired as a doctor to do a health show years ago then it was called Wazobia, it was called Cool TV. It was called Cool TV, so I was doing a health show. And then one day, a guy called didn't come for his show. And they say, come and be the MC for the main show. And I remember that day I interviewed Iniedo and the band years ago. And that's the beginning of my industry. And then from Cool FM, Cool TV, years ago, 12 years ago, I worked with MTV. And how I was hired wasn't even by serendipity. Let me confess. I was doing, this has never been said before, so let me confess. I was doing my youth service in MTV, but they didn't know because I was hired as a manager. I was earning above 600K. And if they had known, they would have fired me. So the reason why I said that is because I wouldn't say that I got in by merit. It was just time and serendipity. Some people will say favor and all that. So to put that there. And I've also seen, I'm going to talk about music and movies because that's my context. With music, I remember, I think Alex Okosi, he was the one that brought MTV to Nigeria, Africa. I watched the Afrobeat movie, and I didn't really see him there. And I'm like, this guy was the guy who changed the industry. Because I remember then, when I was in MTV, Whiskey would bring video. They would break the CD. I said, go and do another one. There was a very high barrier to entry. And back then it was P Square. I'm young, I'm very young. I started young. It was P Square. P Square was popular then. It was Two-Face. Two-Face was Lord Almighty, hallowed be thy name. Then it was Keke and D1. I started very young. But the evolving has been positive and negative in the music. The positive is that there's a really low barrier to entry now. My guy, Shey You Dey Why Me is a song. The guy didn't even know he would blow. He didn't even know he would blow. Have you seen the video? He was shot with a phone. Yeah. So the barrier to entry is very low now. But I won't say the quality has dropped. That is wrong. But I would say that because of it's a lot of music, people are now doing music for commercial work, not based on expression. But in all, things are better. For movies, we haven't yet, unlike music, movies is still very in the initial stage but it's going to blow now because of platforms. Because we now have Amazon, Netflix, we have Hulu. Now, if you think you know all these ones, I was in LA for 6 months this year. There are plenty that you don't even know about. Like there's Jack Left, Red Media, there's a lot. So the next big the next big boom will be in the movies. That's it. That's my context for now. So I would say that it started very tough because of the barrier to entry. I'm a Wyclef fan. I used to buy Wyclef CD. 3 years, I'll play Wyclef. I'll clean it. Play my Wyclef. But now it's on the streaming platforms and all. So the transitions is good because everybody can do it. But it's bad because of quality and because of last year. Let me blow your mind. Name the top 5 songs of last year. Top 5, not name. Essence, name. Do you know
Zazu?
Zazu. But do you know a song that was big last year? Alcohol by Joey Boy. It was big last year. This year he has no hits, and he's going through a lot mentally. And that is where we are going to with the music. The pace is too much. So it's the balance of, it's how you balance it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please can I put your hands together for you? Now, I'd like to ask Adesoa this question now. Please pass the mic to her. Now, you work with a lot of influencers. How can influencers remain relevant for opportunities with brands? Because I feel, aside music, the influencer space is something anyone can just jump into. Now we have pastors who are influencers. Sorry to mention a name now, but we all know he's a Bottega influencer to me. He's a good. If I start wearing Bottega tomorrow like this because of Mama, you understand? So anyone can just get into the influencer market once they have a product or maybe a friend's product. They can just decide to be influencers for them. Now, some people have started and they've gotten there. How can they remain relevant to brands that they get to work with?
Okay, thank you for having me. First, I'll say is know your audience. You have to know your audience. And once you get the attention of your audience, that's not where the work is. The work is how do you keep? What value do you give back to them? How do you make them crave for what you put out? Because you're more or less like the bridge between the audience and the brand. So let's say that I'm a brand and my consumers are young people. I'm not going to look for someone who is 60 plus because he has the numbers. I think, okay, fine, that person has numbers and all of that. I have to look for who exactly has my audience, who exactly, I know that if I put this particular content, or if I tell this particular influencer to say, okay, do a content for this particular brand, I know that at the end it's going to convert. Because gone are those days whereby people just give an influencer, they'll say, okay, I can see your numbers, okay, you have over 30K followers. People know we buy followers these days. We know them. But at the end of it all, we want to see the back end because we have to give reports. So I put up my content on your platform as an influencer. How many people viewed it? How many people commented? So if you're an influencer and over time people see that it's a small world, news travel fast. There could be over 1,001 brands here in Nigeria, but once we have that particular influencer, we see that the numbers and the thing on the tally. People are going to shift because at the end of it all, people want to convert. It's money. You spend money to get value. So if I'm giving you a particular content to put out for me and I see you have 300K followers and at the end of it all, I'm seeing 10K views or I'm seeing 5K, then you come and tell me something happened, this one happened. But I've given you the money already. So in as much as we have people who are out there, who know what they do, they put up the videos, but you have to tell yourself the truth. How long do you want to stay? What's your long-term plan? How long do you want to stay? And if you want to go in through the fast lanes of getting followers, getting all of that, sustainability is going to hit you. You won't be able to sustain that pace, and at the end of it all, you fade out. Because if you think you're going to be there forever, it's a lie. So how, your peak time, how have you been able to create value? Let people know that, okay, at the end of it all, if I put my brand in this particular influencers, I know say it will catch fire. So at the end of it, or if I do it the first time, you come up with a story, do it the second time, come up with a story. If it does, the person will shift back. And at the end of it all, I have a friend who works in another agency. That person has another friend. The other person has another friend. It's a small circle. We could be out here, everybody, or we are all CEOs. But at the end of it all, we have conversations within ourselves. And you're cast. That's why you see people out there, they don't blow. The influencer is out there, but few months down the line, person is no longer, nobody wants to even see anything about that particular influencer. So the thing is, you have to tell yourself the truth. You have to be authentic. And also your audience, you have to pick, because you can't be for everybody.
Sure. All right, thank you very much. So she wants to add something to it. Please, can we put our hands together for her?
Hi, everybody. Yes, my name is Lulu Madakian. I'm a wife. But I don't think that is why I am here today. I don't think that's why I was invited here. I would like to think it has to do with my work. I am an event planner. I'm the founder of Sabi Groove Events. So I would like to add something to what Adeswa has said. Well done, Adeswa, by the way. So for influencers to stay relevant, I would like to look at it from the point of the brands. You have to tell a good story. For brands, they are looking at how you can make their brands look better. So every time you're telling a story on your platform, the brands are paying attention, and brands know each other. They know what the weaknesses of other brands are, and for you to be able to tell a story that does not even show the bad sides or disadvantages of a brand, it's a plus for them. They have you in mind. We had an event recently where we had a Halloween party. It was called Olympus, and it was a costumed party. People had to dress up for it, ancient Rome. And people came for it. Abuja people came and showed out, and we're all dressed up, capped up to the tip. I did not even see that coming. And I did not even think to carry my phone and do videos and post on my stories, all of that. I didn't know any of that, but there was a young lady who came for the event that we invited. She's a lifestyle influencer. I think her name is Hot Peridot on Instagram. She came for the event, and she did a video, and she put it on her page. When I saw it, I was proud of the event that we did, and I had not even seen it from that point. So right now, we're preparing for a festival, Festival of Lights. It's an annual festival that we do. I called her immediately. She was the first person that came to my mind, because I wanted Abuja people to be able to see this event from the way that we are planning it. So I reached out to her immediately, and I said, I have an event coming up, and I want you to just come. And I didn't even know what to tell her to do, because it just seemed like she knows what to do. Like she knows her thing. So I just told her, I have an event coming up. I want to sell it. So please just come and do your thing. And she said, okay. Like, I didn't even have to say much. She said, okay, she's supposed to come and create a reel, take pictures and sell it out. So what I admire the most with content creators is the story that they tell. It's a good story. It's always captivating. Sometimes you go to these restaurants, from their view, if you were going to go there by yourself, you probably will not be as impressed as you would be after you have seen it through the influencer's view. So that's what it is. Like, whatever you're doing as an influencer, tell a good story. Always tell a good story. Brands will notice you and will have you in mind for it.
Right, thank you very much. So I'm going to ask you a question, and then I'll come back to Adeswa. Now, from your experience, what has worked for you over the years in creating experiences out of events? What are some short tips, let's call it short tips now, or short odds that you can give to, let's say, budding event planners or young event planners that are here today? What are those short tips that you can give to us that will make us create experiences out of events? Because it's one thing to come to an event and then just go back home. It's another thing to come to a place and then have an experience that you can hold on to. So what are those short tips that you can give to us?
Okay, first off, I think you need to be able to answer the question as to why. Why are you doing the events? Is it just to make money? I don't think, what can you put together really to impress people in a way that they come and give you their money? Why? As an event planner, I started doing events while I was in uni, throwing school parties and all that, but I enjoyed it. That's my passion. I could listen to music and it would give me an idea for an event. So when I came out of school, I knew that I wanted to do it. So I went back to learn more. I went back to school, to event school, to learn more about event planning. So you have to know why you're doing it. You have to know what you aim to achieve with it. What kind of experience, what kind of feeling do you want people to have when they come for your event? Is it a case where you want them to be mind blown, you want them to be impressed with what you have done? When you take it from that point of view, you will put more into your event. You get more personal about it. You put actual talent into your events and make sure that you're doing something that people will, first of all, come to enjoy before you think about their money. When people come there and are enjoying themselves, they will give you their money. But if you're just throwing the party, put 5,000 naira on top, Kiss Daniel is coming, and then when Kiss Daniel comes, he shows up at 3 a.m., people have been waiting. I mean, you've taken my money for that one time, but we go see next year now. Like, you want to do something else. I've learned. So I don't think the first thing that comes to your mind about throwing an event should be from the profit or the aspect of just getting people's money. It should be to please people and get them to be happy with what you have put together for them to give you their money. So that's the number one tip. You have to know why you're doing this thing. You have to know that you owe it to the people who you want to collect money from to make them enjoy your event and make sure that they are getting value for what they are coming for. That way, sustainability will be on your side. Even if it starts small, even if, I mean, the first time you did, I'll give you an instance. When we wanted to do the first Festival of Light, at first it was supposed to be something that put together. I'm seeing a couple of people here who helped me put Festival of Light together. Hi, Yami.
Raise your hand, let's see you. Let's celebrate you.
Yeah, he's at the back. I can see him. Yeah. So at first, it wasn't supposed to be a concert or even have people come and perform. We didn't want that. We wanted to showcase talents. We wanted to showcase different kinds of unique talents that people would not even know that existed. We had the circus act in Abuja in that first event. We even brought an Ogene crew from the east to come and perform at some point. So it was more or less about creating experiences, unique experiences for people. But you know Abuja people, once you want to do an event, the first thing they ask is, okay, who they come? Like, who is coming, who is performing, who is coming from Lagos. So that first time, yes, we had to bow to pressure. We had to bring somebody to come and perform, to use it to introduce the people. But the first time when we did that, we used the artists to call people to the event. But when they came, that wasn't what we're focusing on. We showed them there were dances, the circus act, the magician show. Everybody is now doing fire breathing at events. We started, all of that, bringing different kinds of unique experiences where when it was time for us to do it the next year, people were looking forward to a lot more than coming to come and watch an artist perform. So put a lot into the experiences that you're curating for people. Let them be happy with what they come and experience at your event.
All right, thank you very much. Please, can I put our hands together for, please, if you could pass the mic back to Adesoa. Yeah. In the next 10 years, do you think influencer marketing will still be a thing?
Okay. Truthfully, everybody here is an influencer. You have numbers. Everybody here is an influencer. So if you post a picture and you say something, if you post a video and people comment, I think brands now see that it's not about the numbers. Like what Lulu said, it's how you tell your stories and how people interact, the impact you make. So I think for now, it gets, when something is fresh, people rush towards it. But when you don't cast, you don't cast. And I think people now who are doing this whole influencer marketing, some of them do it, let's just say, having fun. Most of them are not so intentional about it. Everybody just wants to make the money. So people find the fast route to just do one or two things. But at the end of it all, people are watching, like she said. How do you tell your stories? There are some brands who pay money, who give people money for someone who just has 5,000 followers. They'll pay that person more than someone who even has like 23,000 followers or something. So at the end of it all, we are all influencers. So if care is not taken, people who have that grab of that market will lose it, because brands now see that it's not about the numbers. It's more or less of how are you telling your story, what value do you bring in, what is the impact, and also what's the conversion. if I know I'm guaranteed that you have 5,000 followers and I give you this particular job, you're going to tell me a good story, you're going to give me value, and at the end of it all, it's going to convert. I will give you that job than having someone who has a whole lot of followers, and at the end of it all, during meetings, we get to speak English to each other, and I'm sorry flies left and right. Nobody's going to eat I'm sorry. Nobody's going to eat. Growth doesn't come with I'm sorry. So we are all influencers, and over time, that market is going to just phase out, and everybody can do their own thing individually.
All right, thank you very much. Please, kindly pass the mic to Tope Salami. Now, I don't know about everyone here, but me personally, I'm tired of the fight between artists and management, artists and producers. Producers coming out after 10 years to say, you didn't give me royalties for this song, or songwriters coming out to say, oh, I wrote this particular song and this artist stole it from me. I'm also tired of hearing someone come out later to say, oh, I wrote this particular movie and these people just bought it off me. So I want to know, what are the best ways or what are the best practices to protecting your intellectual property as a creator? Whether you're a musician, you're a songwriter, you're a scriptwriter, you're a content creator, how can you protect your intellectual properties? Because I know you work with a lot of artists, you work with comedians a lot. How do you advise people to protect their intellectual properties?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and I'm pleased to be here. So you are the creative. You need to understand one thing. Whatever it is you are doing, you are on a journey. Meaning you have to learn, unlearn, relearn, and learn again. Thank you very much. Now, for like 4 or 5 years, some of us have been advocating for one thing, and that is structure. You as a creative, there are various ways, there are various mechanisms that you can use to protect your intellectual property rights. Sometimes I call it crude oil. And when I'm with my people and I say crude oil, they understand it. Now, you as a creative, it is very, very, very important to get an entertainment lawyer. I am not saying an ordinary lawyer. Yes, in Nigeria, you will be called to the Nigerian Bar Association as a lawyer. It is now your choice to carve a strategic and particular niche for yourself. Protection of intellectual property rights, basically, we have the copyright, we have the patents, and of course, we have the trademarks, depending on the area of creativity or the area of specialization you probably find yourself. Owing to the fact that it is a journey and a structure has been built, there is one fundamental thing that is as important as the intellectual property right itself, and that is, regardless of your level as a creative, you must place a value on yourself, meaning you must know your worth. If you do not know your worth, then you'll be messed up. Now, I'll give live examples right now. I have a producer right now called Blaze Beats. Myself and Blaze Beats started from Abuja. So shout out to Abuja people. We started from Abuja before moving down to Lagos. 4 or 5 years ago, we started a journey. And I told him, I said, see, money is actually very important, but if you are a good businessman, if you are a good entrepreneur, then you will know that product loyalty is very important. meaning, okay, I stay in Lagos, but for all my fabrics, I take all my fabrics to your state. The question is, are you telling me we don't have good tailors in Lagos? Of course we do. But there is someone in Oyo State that I've tested his, product loyalty, and my default setting is just to go to your state. Now, when we started with someone like Blaze Bits, you make money. Let us draw a map. Fortunately, yesterday morning we were talking, and we were just catching on old crews, and I was like, yo bro, there was a time we were actually not collecting 1 naira for production. There was a time we were collecting 50,000 naira for production. Now, he's no longer earning in naira. We are now earning in USD. If you like, jump from 12-story building. I won't shift my ground. That does not mean I won't shift my ground for other producers. I mean, I would. Now, to protect your rights, make sure you get an entertainment lawyer. Make sure you study. You as the creative, gone. Sorry, I'm a Yoruba boy. You must have an understanding of the business you are doing. Passion is very important, yeah? Passion brought me to entertainment law. Trust me, entertainment law is a very crazy aspect of law anybody would want to go into. Our creatives are crazy. Our creatives are crazy. They would probably want to bring out the beast in you. But that is where the professionalism comes in. It's surprising that a creative would have signed up his rights, and you will hear, Dilo Alpha, I beg, let me check that contract. Baba, I don't sign ammo. And I'll be like, what am I checking? There is a very popular artist here in Abuja. He's a spiritual artist. I would not mention the name, but when the news comes online, I think everybody would relate. He's an upcoming artist, but trust me, he's an upcoming artist that has the capacity of benching 10 of Burna Boy. Don't worry.
What's today's date? Let's mark it down.
You find out one day. Now, because of the nature of my job, I travel a lot. And I was in Paris that time, and the guy called me. He was like, Alpha Dilo, I beg, I don't send something to your email. I beg, Mo get Zoom meeting. Guy, I'm not in Nigeria because of time difference. Then, okay, let's have it at this particular point in time. I took my time, 2 hours, went through the contract. And I was like, bro, this contract is not good for you, X, Y, Z. It was like, I said, why would somebody say, oh, okay, they want to pay you 10,000 USD, fantastic. And they want to pay you 15,000 USD for marketing. The question is, 15,000 USD is even, if I'm not mistaken, it cannot even shoot a proper video. And it was like, oh man, I don't want to lose this opportunity. The law I don't sign, waiting we go do, glass blows. Now, I was explaining something to him day before yesterday. Imagine you signed off on a particular song that has no feature. The intention was, give us this song. This money. But now, you've kind of put 2 people on that same song. What does that mean? Business-wise, that means, guys, you need to go up. Guys, let's do splits. Let's do that. But because of the passion, I'm going to enter something. I'm going to start something January, and I'll do it for 6 months for upcoming artists, then the other 6 months for known artists. And that is major A&R. Why am I saying this? Creatives are usually emotionally attached to their work. But it is not the attachment that will put food on your desk. I mean, this year, several times, yeah, I had almost went into depression. Not because I was having any problem, but because I saw someone like actually having a kind of crowdfunding thing for his health. And I was like, yo, was this not the guy that gave us Jaga Jaga? Was this not the guy that gave us it back to back? Now, if Burna Boy took just 30% on last, where's the other 70%? Where has it gone to? Who owns the 70%? We all know the person that owns the 70%. What is that? That is pure structure. In America, one hit song can save, not can, one hit song will save your entire generation. In Nigeria, you must be giving hits back to back, back to back. And guess what? When you clock 40, you go broke. Or when you know, maybe a bit above 40. It says one thing. One, when you have a good structure, when you understand the business, when you know your worth, then you will never toy with your master's rights. Don't toy with that shit. Now, something happened when Colors wanted to release Kulosa. And then, people didn't understand my own arguments. I've got Zedekos. He's my producer. He produced Dumebi, produced some hits from that Maven camp. And I was like, bro, I do not like this. People are already seeing you as a Maven producer. You need to go outside. Question, where is Fresh today? I'm not saying that, I mean, they're making music, yeah? But the question is, where is Fresh DMW today? Where is Spiroch today? They are still making music, but the question is, are they still relevant? Of course, the answer is no. Everybody knows that back to back for like 2 years, Blaze Beat has been like the best producer in Africa. I'm not saying this because it's my product. I'm saying this because we're able to build a proper structure that anywhere in the world, even in your toilet, where you are exploiting any of his productions, yeah, is getting XYZ amount. Now, when you build that structure, call your team. How can me, as a creative, make money? What are the ways? Remember, a producer would always have a longer lifespan, career-wise, than an artist. Hardly would you see, I mean, it would take a long time before we see a Wizkid. It might take a long time before we see a Davido. It might also take a bit of, maybe a long time before we see another Burna Boy. But trust me, I've seen a Burna Boy, and I've seen someone better than Burna Boy. And if I call his name, yeah, everybody would agree with me. His music, his sound, everything about him is spiritual. Now, Wizkid did back-to-back for 10 years, back-to-back, without break. David did back-to-back for 10 years without break, meaning that each year, at least, bad as it bad, they were giving us one hit. Now, Burna Boy did not do back-to-back for 10 years because he had a break at a point. But let me tell you the truth. I tell people, when you're talking about Wizkid, when you're talking about, I know we have Wizkid FC, yeah, I can see all of you now. Don't worry. BMW team, don't beat me up. But when you're talking about Wizkid, when you're talking about Davido, it's an insult to bring Burna Boy in. You know why? Burna Boy is way ahead of them. For the 2 or 3 years he lost, yeah, he has been able to work tirelessly. I've got some people in his team, and they will be like, my Burna Boy know the rest. When they go on tours, 14 hours at a stretch, they are rehearsing. Then you guys will see a clip and you think it's easy. No, it is not. Now, you as a creative, once you understand your arts, once you understand the business side of it, once you understand the passion side of it, then you know that you have a longer career lifespan than an artist, but you cannot make more money than the artist, because the artist will be going for shows. I was almost weeping in 2020. So I'm related to DJ Neptune. And you and I know that something happened in 2020, and that was nobody. Nobody came out 2020, scattered everywhere. Guess what? DJ Neptune did not collect performance fee. The worst physical royalty he would probably collect would be, come and do DJ for us. While he was collecting XYZ amounts, you would not deny it that that particular song resuscitated Joe Boy's career at that particular point in time. That particular song brought back Mr. Easy. And go and look at the numbers. Now, I respect this guy a lot. And that was why we were able to do 150 million streams on his last album within 30 days. I was not going to mention the album, but apparently today happens to be Don Jazzy's birthday, and I remember that we dropped the album like 12 in the midnight. Oh, we were so happy. I went to bed. Somebody tapped me, go and check Twitter. And for the first time in my life, without doing anything, I sat on the chair in my parlor with laptops in my front. Why? That album must not be flagged down. It's like you want to remove a song, yeah? The way it was uploaded, you remove one song, everything comes down. Do you know what that would do for a creative? What it would do for a creative is that your customers, your clients will lose or might lose that particular trust in your crafts. Now, once you get the right team, once you get an entertainment lawyer, you yourself, you have to be a step or 2 steps ahead of every other person in your team. Because at the end of the day, I will collect my own professional fee onto the next one. I'm gone. By the end of the day, you are the creative. Let's see what we can do. Something happened during COVID, and it's not hidden. Adekunle Gold was trying to change his sound. And we had made a particular beat specifically for Wizkid. And you know now, Starboy, delay left and right. Adekunle Gold listened to the beats, and that gave birth to something different. If you guys listen to something different, Pami, same progression, same thing, back to back, nothing at all. Why? When Wizkid saw that, Wizkid was like, yo bro, you must give me my beat back. And that was why we had Adekunle Gold on Pami. The Pami Wizkid sang would have essence, even our essence to now see what you think, say this thing. The original version of Wizkid's version of Pami was a Grammy material. moderator is lost.
No, I'm with you. I'm not in along.
Now, the reason why I had to, because I know he's very passionate. But I want to say that aside musicians here, because this is about the creative industry, you understand? It's very important. I worked in music, I worked in Dentsu, so I used to lead Budweiser's entertainment for 3 years. Let me just try and help a creative here and say that 3 things you have to work on. One is identity. The truth is anybody that works with him is blessed. But that, you understand, he's blessed. But that doesn't mean you will work with him as a lawyer. You understand? So you have to have an identity that is not locked in what people say about you. Because if you do that, they will use you. Do you understand? I won't call names here, but I know a lot of people who wrote music for the greatest. You know now, yeah, a lot of people, because of it's sad, but the creative industry is built on the invisibles, those who would never come out, because of identity, because you just don't believe you're good enough. Now, I'm saying it, but you have to work on it. On trauma, they told you that you were not good when you were young. Trauma, they said that actually, but you understand? So you have to work on yourself. That's number one. Number two, everybody says collaboration. I agree, collaboration. But you have to, let me be sincere with you, you have to find trust. There's a guy from Abuja too that I work with. His name is Great Man. Amazing artist. I manage Christian music. So T.Y. Bello, Great Man, and the rest. And Great Man, I think, was burnt in the past by some people. And some people would know. And it took 2 years to work on trust. Now, thankfully, your artists are amazing. There's an artist that I think is the best artist in Nigeria, in my opinion. His name is Wandeko. That's one of my best artists in Nigeria. It's just this year, after 5-7 years, he's beginning to trust again. Yeah. So let's try and get, because I know some people here are not only singers. So even like writers, dancers, actors, you have to work on identity. You have to believe, and this is not, it's not wash, I believe, no. Work on yourself. Number 2 is trust. If you can find people that started together, I think Emma is coming, and we work together on some things. And right now, Emma is now managing his brother, Jesse. But why was there such Jesse Jacks? He's the best, the emperor. Who's better than Jesse Jacks in Nigeria? Your father. But why was there such a gap? 6-7 years gap. Do you know why? Trust. So please, I said identity, trust. And then the final one, I will say this. Now, what I'm about to say here, nobody should stone me. You don't have to be Burna Boy. There's a lady called Eva. Do you know Eva?
Yes. Eva.
Evelonia. Okay, so, like I said, I'm also a medical doctor. Don't forget that part. Please. Because my father, that's why he sees me. He doesn't see me as I don't know. My son, Tochuku, a doctor. But I did a case study last year. And Eva went through depression. So she wrote about it. Deep depression. Suicidal. She got investment for an album. And my brother and sister, no stream. You understand? I know. That's what I said. Yeah, you know the story. Yeah. She got investment, no single stream. See, suicidal. Do you get the point? But she changed her strategy. About a month ago, she dropped an EP for 1,000 fans. And they paid for it. And she's doing a tour with her fans. I'm saying that you might not be big. When I was in MTV years ago, because that was the gatekeeper then, for every one whiskey, there were a lot of people. Guys,
I'll come in.
I know. But we have, it's not only music now. We have to.
So, yeah.
Please, moderator, help us moderate.
Sorry.
Because we have, do you know who this guy is?
Minutes.
Uncle Chris. But, so just to finalize this, I know that social media is social media. and it's real, you can't change it. But you also have to look for alternatives to reward you, so that you don't commit suicide for no reason. Do you understand? I said I spent a lot of time in LA this year. I met Gazi. You know Gazi?
Yeah.
Gazi owns Empire. Ashake has been, can I say things here? I don't know if I can say things here, so I can't say things here. But Ashake is not only Olamide money, or he's not only Shubalabala. It's not only that. Ashake is a tech product. Tech boys in San Francisco are pushing that guy. You understand? Do you know why? Because they have the systems.
Capacity.
You know how much they've burnt on him. It's a budget of a state. I'm joking, but it's money. Do you understand? So you also have to gather yourself and say, I might not be a shake, and it's not like you don't have faith or confidence. It's just the reality of, I won't say your destiny, of maybe of your destiny.
Let me buttress that part. So I mean, apologies if I was too much in music, yeah. For to collaborate what he said, you as a creative, you might not be a Burna Boy, you might not be an Iniedo, you might not be Adeyemi or Kolawon, but the truth is that, see, there's one popular adage in Yoruba. They will say, Oja Oyinbo. Meaning that there are, like, you can catch your own niche, yeah, amidst every other niche. What exactly is the purpose? One, you want your material, even if it's a movie, any work of creative, yeah, you want it to impact. That's one. The second thing is that you want to be happy. The third thing is that you want to make money. Now, in trying to know your audience, I will make reference to a particular artist, Rika Sani. People probably do not know that he's one of the wisest artists in Nigeria today. You know they struggle for una 6 million show, 3 million show at the hotels. Nope. This year will be the first time Simi, as big as she is, that Simi will go on any tour. Every year, 2 times, 3 times, Rika Sani goes on tour. Sold out everything. He doesn't have stress for the madness where they happen for Nigeria. Now, something similar is also happening in the movie industry. In fact, in all industries. AY, you know the fight now. Give me my AY live show.
Sorry, please, can I quickly say something before this gets away from us? I believe everybody here is a member of Abuja community. Now, I don't know what the rules are against mentioning names or not mentioning names, but if it shows them in a positive light, I think we owe it to our own artists to mention them. He has mentioned that there is somebody who can be as good as Burna Boy or even better. His name is Odumodu Black.
Hey!
Yes. His name is Odumodu Black, and he has a single out featuring Zlatan. I don't know much about the music business. I know events. So this is what I am going to say to Abuja event planners. Start using your own as headliners. Because I am worried that we will finish and we will hear his name here. But we're mentioning every other person's name.
So I did not,
Odumodu Black is his name, and he has a new single out. Check it out.
So I did not mention that name for one reason, and that is because of confidentiality. Yeah. For names that I'm mentioning, yeah, some people here might be like, why didn't they mention them? Go and meet them. Tell them I mentioned their names. There's nothing they will do because I'm not lying. It is the truth. I mean, the truth you guys can find out as well. I mean, go online, go and look at the numbers. a particular year redefined Rick Asani's career.
We will need to extend the conference till tomorrow if we continue. But I want you to land on this point.
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. So, regardless of the aspect of creative industry that you find yourself, just know your worth. Make sure that you have a target. If I'm doing a movie, man, you guys, if you like, come. If you like, no come. I already have my own target. I know I will go to Toronto, and I will do what? I will go and show the movie there. I will go to maybe US, show the movie there, and I will gross more than your highest grossing movie in film house. That is, you know your market. You know the fight for the market to everybody pay. Another thing is that you must have access to funding. And in trying to have access to funding, I mean, some people will say, you must know this, you must know that. Trust me, yeah, it works sometimes. But it will only take a mad Dangote to see an avenue to make money through a particular product and not jump on it.
Thank you, sir.
Ladoja. I don't even know Ladoja. Senator Ladoja. People didn't probably know that this guy has been in the movie industry for a very long time as a producer, even before he became a senator. Mainframe, he co-owns Mainframe. So when you are asking people, where this one they getting money? No, they've done things in the past.
Thank you very much.
Which is now sustainable.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I like how you ended it. You talk about sustainability. If you could pass the mic to Professor Chris Ode for me. He's now a professor. So we'll be taking it higher. So he ended it on sustainability. I would like to believe that relationship currency helps to sustain one in this industry. How have you maintained?
Sorry, please say that again. I literally had to cancel the message.
Okay, yeah. So I said, I believe relationship currency helps to sustain one in the entertainment industry. Now, how have you maintained industry relationships that you've built over the years?
All right, great. I was going to say that I don't think I need to speak, but this question you asked was the only thing I would have spoken about this morning or this afternoon. I know this went out of control, but I think it was on purpose because this conversation has marred a lot of destinies in creative business. And it was one of the reasons why I didn't want to go into creative business because it just didn't make sense. It goes into sports, football, and every other thing down the line. Every expression of art gets to a point where the person is so much in love with the art and fall into the hands of those who understand the business but are so selfish and greedy.
Yes.
And it ties into your question. And everyone has been saying collaboration is the currency, is the capital, is the woof, you know. And if that's the only thing you take out of this conference, I think you should take it out well. But the question is, they used to say 2 heads are better than 1. It's actually 2 good heads. Because 2 bad heads are worse than 1. And what I'm trying to say is, as much as partnerships are good, bad partnerships are worse than being alone.
True.
And a lot of the partnerships we have in this country called Nigeria are bad partnerships. People competing with each other, and it's so bad when your tag teammate has the knife behind your back.
Oh.
So you're not just fighting the enemy, you have an enemy in the house. Do you get what I'm coming from?
Yes.
So, but why am I saying all of this? Let me put it in context. I think it's okay for artists to be artists. The reason why, I don't know, was speaking earlier, I think it was Mr. Yinka that was saying stuff about we're not ready for this thing, we're not ready. And I understand that we're not ready because we look like we're playing around. We're not hitting the right quality and we're just chasing money and all of that. But the point is, an artist should remain an artist because the part of your brain that helps you bring out that artistry cannot manage the artistry. The part of you that helps you be that artist cannot help you come to the meeting on time.
Yes.
Cannot help you count the money that will be made. Cannot help you read the contract.
So you should
And the
focus on
part of you that makes you read the contract and count the money cannot bring out that kind of song that this dude that we just discovered today, that you said, that guy, that song is big because his brain is stayed on his creativity. And oil well will bring out oil till it becomes commercially demanding on it. And it dries up. If you leave it to fallow and grow again, it begins to bring out oil again.
True.
When you take an artist and put the artist in the line of business, he begins to think of songs that will sell
Only.
against song that expresses his heartbeat, his mind, his core arts.
Truly.
Then when you now bring a businessman to come and now sing the song, and he looks at the beats that are raining, I'm a bit worried for you to tell me that one beat is in two songs. I got worried. No, I'm not. No, don't worry. I'm just saying I got worried, but I'm allowed to be worried, bro. It's my own worry. What I'm saying is, when we stepped into art, we just wanted to express ourselves, and that's what helps you find your niche. Because when you express yourself, the people that need that thing, there are several doctors in Abuja. I don't go to every clinic. There's a doctor who speaks my language, who understands the way I want to be treated. But there are doctors who are very good, but I just don't like them. We just don't, let me use the word, connect. So when we want to talk about collaborations and partnerships and people to help you in the industry, you need to understand that it has to be two good heads. People that fit your hole in the puzzle. You have to have the parts that I don't have. Yeah. So as I sit here on this chair, I'm shooting one of the biggest films of my life right now. They just finished 2 scenes. That's why I've been on my phone. They just finished the second scene for the day. And I'm sitting now, and it's happening in Lagos. But I have my artist part of my heart there. Yeah. I'm the business part. Yes. And I'm here. But I'm still typing message and saying, ask him when he go shoot the scene 3. Send me picture. I don't want here say, monkey jump tree, he fall. In English. I don't know what it means in English. But what I'm saying is, if you get what I'm saying, is you need to creatively find that partner. Because Burna Boy Sabi sing, but he needed PDD on that album. True or false?
And
You
that's
get
why
why?
I got a Grammy.
I won't be shocked if PDD didn't hear any of the songs till it came out. I won't be surprised. Now the name. We want to win Oscar. Nobody even knows the address of what we're going to. Who don't go there before? How did it bend? Where do you turn?
Was attended.
You want to use Google Map to go to Oscars? You think Google was made for you to lead you there? What I'm saying is to find the person that will take what you have without take what you have to where it ought to be without taking it from you.
Wow.
Because what happens is that people take these things from us, so now you lose what you have, and they're not taking it there, but you're no more in the room. You'll be hearing your song on radio, but you don't even know who took it there. It never happened before. It happens all the time. Now streaming. So back to what I'm saying is, you need to find your partner. Not a person. It could be a group of people. It could be a lot of people. It could be an industry. It could be whatever. But you need to find that person who They've reduced the mic. So now, nobody will buy something they can't measure. If you go to the market to buy Gary and the man does like this. When Messi misses a free kick, he holds his head disappointed. When a footballer, this one for racer, when he scores, he's shocked he scored. Did you understand what I said now? Aha. Do you know how to go out all the time and hit the nail on the head? Then you can now begin to ask for people to pay for it. Nobody wants to pay for fluke.
Yes, sir.
You didn't bring me here to come and just talk and say, he might talk well or not talk well. You know whatever whoever is here will say makes sense. Because we've been traveling a decade and a half or 2 decades to come here. So what I'm saying is, are you gotten to that point? And can you repeat it? Someone said the difference between science and technology is that science can fix a problem. Technology can repeat the fixing.
Yes.
So it becomes a skill than a talent. Then we can pay for your skill, not your talent. Going back then, you can now create a structure because let me tell you something. If 2 people in a team are doing the same work, think about football. If you have 2 holding midfielders, your ball won't go forward because they will be holding it. One person's got to run, the other person's got to hold, the other person has to defend it. So, wishing you bad because we don't even connect. But if you're a filmmaker, I'll say make a film small, make it spoil. So you get what I'm saying? So if I partner with a film, do you get what I'm saying? But
Yes.
are you getting my point? So all I'm saying is the structure. You see, why I'm saying all of this is because we want to find an existing answer that we can apply to ourselves.
Yes.
But the bad thing about creative business is that it starts and ends with the heart. That's where it starts from. That's where the trust is built from. So everybody has to find their own model that works for them and apply it to their own system. If you take the Banj and apply to Whiskey, it will fail. Take Chris Ode and apply to Steve Lucas, it will fail. Every person has their own journey, creative journey, that you need to search your heart, find it, follow it with religiously. And it might not work in the first 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I started making films in 2007. People did not hear my name till 2018, 11 years later.
Amazing.
And it's fine. And it's fine. Because I didn't make the film to be heard. I made films to express myself, make some money, and make some more films. Being heard wasn't part of the plan. Now it's just Jara. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Sorry, I have to say one thing. This guy said a lot of things now. So I'm going to say one thing, and I'm out. And time it. 1 minute, I'm done. I'm not like you now.
1 minute.
I used to rap when I was in med school. I was okay. I have a few tracks with Rooftop MCs and Cobams. I was okay. Yeah, I was okay. But my father preferred that I finish medical school. So it was disown me or finish medical school. But you know what I would say? I would say that me rapping, me doing arts, me traveling has helped me manage T.Y. Bello, Great Man, and some other talents that next year we'll work on. I would say that there are people here who have not emerged as talent yet. Please, if you can, consider using the emotions you have to manage talents. You'll be a fantastic partner because you understand the brokenness of an artist. You understand the imposter syndrome of an artist. You understand the shame, the fear, the panic. So please, you might not be the one that will be the star, but consider that maybe your journey is for somebody else.
Thank you very much. Please, can we all stand up? Can we stand up and take a bow to the audience and apologize to them for taking their time? But I hope we learned something from this session, please. Thank you very much. That's our time. Please make sure you make money. Please make money. That's all we can tell you.
Let all the great minds awake, carve our names in the sands of time. Spread the fame of our hearts and minds. Oh, now is the time and sound the alarm round the world. Let all the great minds awake, carve our names.
A round of applause for them, please. Did you guys have fun? You did, I can tell.
I told you it was going to be an amazing session, right? I apologize on their behalf. It took quite some time, but round of applause together again for
Round of
the
applause.
speakers. That was amazing.
So in a
Thank
bit,
God
we
for
are going to go on a break. But for now, I have something very exciting to announce. So in a bit, we're going to be doing something called 60 Seconds of Fame. Yes. So to all the tech gurus right here, there's something very enticing for you. Michaela, can I see you wave your hands, please? Michaela at the back. Is she there? Michaela? Yes, she's there. Okay, so guys, can you turn around? She's waving. Michaela, hi. The drop-dead gorgeous lady wearing a cream turtleneck and a jacket, black. So, to all the tech amazing gurus here, the first two people to meet Michaela at the back would be given an opportunity to pitch their tech ideas, right? So the very first two people to run to her to write down their names will have the opportunity to pitch their tech ideas in 60 seconds. And yes, there is going to be an amazing prize to be won.
Exactly.
So it's not a joke. So right now, if you know you have a tech idea, run to her and write down your name, and you're going to pitch it in 60 seconds in the next 30 minutes. This is a very big opportunity for you. So in the meantime, refreshments will be served, and please, can you guys all have it in the hall? You shouldn't be taken outside, please. So yes, let's move on to the next course in the running order.
All right, amazing. So just for the people that didn't get it, Michaela, could you have your hand up again? So I think some people didn't see you.
Yeah.
So you leave your name with her, and then you have an opportunity. This might be your big break.
Yes.
What you have been waiting for. This is finally it. Anyway, without further ado, we're going to move quickly. We're going to have a conversation.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a really interesting conversation.
Hold that thought. We need to run the adverts.
All right, we'll take a short ad from one of our sponsors. Turn off my-
Wow, Doorstep Media Limited. Talk about a quality brand, very prestigious brand. Nice one.
Yeah, very amazing. I mean, Doorstep Media is literally behind most of what you see today in terms of print and production. So can we have a round of applause for Doorstep? They've been amazing partners. Thank you so much. All right, for the next session, we're going to have a conversation.
Yeah.
And so what we aim to do with this session is, oftentimes we wonder, what do brands need, right? What do they want? What are their requirements? How can you fit their niche, right? So please put your hands together as I welcome the lead operations manager, Takeout Media, Mr. Makwa Afioma.
A round of applause, please.
Please put your hands together while he finds his way to the front. Mr. Makwa is one of the 3 engineers that came together to form Takeout Media, and he's one of the key reasons why we're all here today. So hands together one more time.
And the second speaker goes by the name Wisdom Atting. A round of applause for him.
So Wisdom is the founder and CEO, Engage Media.
Wow.
Another global advertising agency in Abuja. Lovely to have you, sir.
Lovely to have you. And guys, please remember, whatever refreshment or water being given to you, please have it inside the hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. We're here to have a brief conversation on client relationship. You know, we all have various skills seated in the hall. We have people that are designers, producers. But the truth about it is, producer will not get clients. No profit is sure. Sapa is sure for you. So one of the things that we are going to be discussing in this session is, how do you manage to keep, retain, and keep these clients coming? And the person seated with me here is someone that, you know, has done it for years. And the reason why he's going to be asked some questions is that, you know, over the years here, he probably has made some mistakes, and we'll be learning from him and knowing how best can you keep and manage a client. So Wisdom, welcome to this wonderful conversation. And
thank you for having me.
So over the years in building and growing your agency to what it is today, and for an agency to be successful, it needs clients. And for any relationship with any vendor, you need to have a proper relationship with them. So I think one of the things I want to discuss with you today is, how have you been able to do it, that you have been able to maintain some clients through the years, even up till now, and how have you been able to grow the business with client relationships?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. The person that introduced me as CEO. I'm not a CEO. I currently serve as the media director at Engage Media Global. And yeah, to answer your question, I'll start with this quote. You know, something myself and my friend Elijah believe so much. If you are willing to do more than you are paid to do, after a while, you'll be paid more than you are asked to do. You know, customer service in Nigeria is so bad that if you give clients the barest minimum, they will stick with you forever. You know, we are not really customer-centric, you know, in this part of the world. So how we've been able to do it at Engage Media is simple. We just look within an industry and we see what people offer, and we just offer a notch higher. And because of that, our clients stay with us. Number two is that we work tirelessly to deliver unique experiences for our clients. I'll give you something very simple, especially something that is relevant to creators here. I started out as a photographer, right? And it's simple that if you're a photographer, for instance, you do wedding photography.
right? You shoot the wedding. You can choose to take the money and end your relationship with them there. But they are going to have wedding anniversary. Do you remember? The wife is going to have birthday. Do you remember? The guy is going to celebrate his birthday. After that, they are going to give birth. There's dedication. There's the child's 1-year birthday. So much more money that you can make just if you decide to go extra, you know. A lot of us just focus, like Chuka said we focus on what can we make now, and then we take that and we throw the rest away, throw the rest away. So pretty much that's what I think that we need to do. How can we deliver unique experiences to our clients?
Thank you very much. So that's unique experiences. So one of the things that people also suffer is the fact that people complain a lot. I think that, when some of the times we offer these unique experiences to clients, especially at the lower level, when you offer these unique experiences to clients don't want more than you have even negotiated or bargained for, and the popular term called scope creep now comes into play. So I'm sure you have encountered something like this. So how do you advise that people like this go across this?
I think the first thing is, again, I'm going to make a lot of references to, what Chuka said when he was speaking. If you realize the value that you are bringing to the table, you'll be able to control some of these things, right? So if myself and Elijah are in a room, and I know what Elijah charges for that service, and you are trying to expand the scope, it's not fight. You can go to Elijah, because I already know what he's going to charge you, right? But simply, I preach this a lot of times. I can tell you I'll do it for you for free, and then you owe me, like he said. I can charge you 50 million for a project and give you a discount. I can charge you 500,000 and give you a 100% discount. But you know that what I'm doing now is a favor that I'm doing to you, and you owe me. The next time you come, we're not running discounts this time, so you have to pay. So it's just understanding the value that you're bringing to this. Most times, because of, like Dr. Foy said, imposter syndrome, you begin to feel like, am I sure, am I not sure? But if you are sure of what you're offering, because if you keep doing that, the next time the person sees that, like the 5 million thing somebody mentioned, there's 5 million, somebody else is charging 100K. They will pick the 100K and drop you. So we just have to be confident about it and be sure, that what we are offering the person actually solves the person's problems, and stick with it.
Okay. Before I continue on the conversation with Wisdom, I just want to know if anybody has any questions that we want to ask concerning this topic in this time. I don't know if there are anybody, so that we can identify them now, and then we'll go to Wisdom and then come back to you and then round up the session. Anyone with a question on this topic? All right, so Wisdom, let's keep going. So I think one of the things that is prevalent too is how have you been able to, using the skills that you mentioned, being sure of the value that you have. So currently, what gives you that certainty that you have this value to offer to these clients, and that, you can also walk away from the table?
Okay, again, I'll use Chuka, right? He said something when he started talking. If I'm offering you value at 10 naira, and you're going to make 1,000 naira from it, have I really charged what is worth? So I think we should always, and this ties, creators, one major issue we have is pricing. I think we should move to pricing from the value that the solution that we provide gives to the people that were offering it, as opposed to just what you think. So you tell me, for instance, we have some clients in real estate. You want to sell your estate. What's the total value of your estate? 3 billion, right? And then you tell me you are going to pay me 10 million naira. It doesn't add up, right? So we need to get to a point where if I'm going to help you sell a 3 billion naira estate, you need to pay me, at least a percentage that matches that level. And then we are good. Otherwise, look for somebody that is willing to do. And I don't have a problem. I learned some, growing in my career, I don't have a problem recommending somebody else that fits your budget. It just helps the ecosystem overall, right? So you want to do this. The value of my time is at this level. If you cannot match it, please, I'll be happy to show you people that are also on their way in their journey. However, I will frame your mind to know what to expect from those people as opposed to working with me. I don't know if that makes sense.
I think that that is really, really profound, and that really helps our ecosystem to make it grow and become more than it is. I know one of the essence of TMCon is to bring community, connections, make sure that the fact is that we're not, yes, we have people that are competing against each other, but those are connections that can make the ecosystem grow bigger. So one of the things that we have to do here is make sure that these connections grow and are formed. So finally, Wisdom, I just want to, final words for the team, the people that are here, that what are things that have helped you on this journey of client services? Because on your way, you can meet people that clients are moving mad too. So what are some things, final words, that have helped you really become what it is that Engage has become today?
Okay, so I think the first thing would be the heart. Like Chris Ode said, we have a very good heart for the people that we serve. We look at them as our partners. So even if we understand that you are the one funding whatever we are doing, but we are the one helping you stay in business as well. So it's a partnership. And then moving forward from that, high attention to excellence. So what we offer you today, we don't take it as a standard. We're always looking for how we can top that. And in topping that, it will naturally come with more money, And then finally, we are always in communication with our clients. Another mistake that creators make, you don't communicate with your clients. If you tell a Nigerian, I'll be here by 12, and you go by 12:05, they will not be so angry. Because of this attitude of tolerating careless ethics, if you are there on time, the person takes a mental note. He's surprised. If you tell the person, look, we spent this amount from this project, or from our marketing budget, and this is the extra, the person will be surprised. Because generally, people are used to being burnt. So barest minimum, they just settle for it. So communicating, if you're having a challenge, on a project, communicate with your clients or communicate with your customer and tell them the challenge you're having and how you are working to resolve it. That thing just builds trust to a level where people cannot steal your client, regardless of how better they are. So I think all of us should just try to, develop these things and work on it.
Thank you very much, Wisdom, and this has been such an impactful session. And if you have any questions concerning this, please follow the handle at TMCon and make sure you ask your questions, and we'll direct them to Wisdom to give right feedback right back at you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is our moment to give that sight is yours and mine. For our passion is our light and our will for flight. Gather round, let's rewrite our story, 'cause we're all been given.
Hello, everybody. All right, like we said, we did have a surprise guest.
Yes, we did.
So I wouldn't even want to do the honors myself, but I would like to invite Dr. Foy
To come on stage.
come on stage. A round of applause, please, as Dr. Foy comes on.
Thank you, Dr. Foy. And to just further, put some icing on the cake, should we call him the guy? Mr. Incredible. I told you there was going to be some action on this stage. Action film on this stage. Congratulations are in order to him, and he's a winner. He has been winning way back. He's winning, and you keep winning. So, Dr. Foy, I'm going to leave you to further bring the icing on the cake and bring the cake on stage. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for Judah Baga. So you think, I
The
won't call him
guy.
MI, Judah Baga. He's a normal human being. He likes beans. He drinks Lipton tea from Joss. He's a human being. But please, can we start by celebrating? Can we? Come on, come on. He's a normal human being. So first of all, we're honored to have you here, sir.
Thank you so much. This is amazing, by the way. Thank you guys for having me. I'm really, really grateful because to make this event, I had an event yesterday in Benin, and then I have an event tonight, and we didn't think it was going to be possible. With the utmost humility and like you guys came all the way to Lagos to ask me to be here. You know what I mean? And for people that are here that are benefiting from this, I want you to know that the organizers took it very serious and they went out of their way to make sure that everybody that came here. So congrats to you guys. This is amazing. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. So that we don't repeat what happened last time, I will try and give the format. So I would spend 25 minutes with questions. I would leave for my flight because I have anxiety issues. So I will go to the airport, and then Elijah will come and take questions from the crowd. So that you won't think that I'm irresponsible. I'm very responsible. The first question is, what is or was your greatest fear as a creative icon? What is your? We know MI, and we know he's creative, and I can say this because we stay very close to each other in Lagos. And aside music, he's in tech, he has an agency, he's doing good numbers, like he's solid. He's an icon. But what is or was your fear as a creative icon?
I think maybe the first thing I want to say is that fear is part of who you are because of we are beings that need anxiety to function. So that's the first thing. You're never going to run away from fear in your life, no matter where you are. It's part of your biology. Your body needs to remind you to stay alert. The thing is that as we grow older, we can have a different interaction with that feeling. And part of that feeling is that if you're in a place where you can't take care of yourself and you can't protect yourself, you can't survive, you feel like you don't have control over the things around you, that anxiety continues to stay, continues to remind you, and it can be a very troubling feeling. If you stay too long in that, you start to go towards depression, right? And where you want to be is sort of where you have some control. When your fears come on a daily basis, you feel like, hey, I can move forward, I have the skills, I have the capacity. And so the answer to this question is that my greatest fear is always that I was going to end up on the end where I wouldn't be able to take care of my family, I wouldn't be able to provide for myself. And I think under that is the fear that we will never be as great as our potential is. You know, each of us has that child inside, that little kid that's looking at you like, when are you going to do all those things that we said you're going to do? And I think that that's really the greatest fear, to let that kid down, you know, and certainly for me, that's been my greatest fear.
Just from this question, this answer, now, we're in Abuja and people are talented, Jos, Abuja, northern people, talented people. And we're also very religious people. So some people believe in faith, some believe in hard work, some believe in serendipity, favor, luck. In your story, can you just give us like over 100? Is it faith 50%? Is it hard work 30%? Is it favor and be sincere?
Wow. I don't know if it's possible to separate the two. This is what I mean. I think when we talk about faith, we're talking about a filter that we put over our windscreen. And when we talk about work, we're talking about the engine in the car, right? So if your windscreen is dirty, no matter how great the engine is, you know, you're going to have trouble driving. Imagine having like mud and muck because your perspective is a dark one. I'm not going to make it. I have no future, you know. No matter how hard your engine is, there are things you will do, you will never grow. And we all know like a very hardworking person who doesn't have big dreams for themselves, but they're very great at what they do. They're maybe like a cleaner. They're just happy in their small world and they just work. The second thing is though, no matter how clear your windshield is, if the engine of the car is knocked, which is that discipline and the hard work, you're not going anywhere. You know, what could be, but you'll never move closer towards it. You know, and so I separate the two of them completely. Like, it's not either or. It is that just as everybody, when you sit in a car today, you don't say to yourself, should I be able to see or should the engine work? Do you know what I'm saying? You need both at the same time. You know.
Now, we've had conversations about creating for commerce, for commercials, for sales. You were in the era of music where when you came, that short black boy with a very, I don't know, and
why is Foy talking like this? Has he been talking like this the whole day?
And
this is not how he talks.
But my question is, that era of music and the era of delivering consistently, you can't deny that Ashaka is a thing. You can't deny that the music is fast-paced now. Two questions. One is, how have you been able to, by the way, his album was very good. The guy was really good. How have you been able to create authentic music, but still respect the fact that commercial music, or that fast-paced churn, is important?
That's a good question. I can speak from knowledge here because my long-time collaborator and engineer is here. His name is G+. And they can tell you that nobody cancels projects like me. I can cancel at the last moment. I can be like, it's not good enough, you know. And again, it's one of those things where it's a tough balancing act. But this is what I'll say. Success is not the amount of wins you have. I think if you look at it that way, you're going to hold yourself back. That a better way for you to look at success is to ask, how many failures do I have? Because what happens when you fail is that you improve automatically. It's automatic. No matter what happens, if you hit your head against something, the next time you come, you're better off for it. And so I used to hear people say this. And I used to think it's crazy. Like, why would you ever say fail? But even in this moment with my new album and everything, I had to go through failure. I'll tell you guys, 3 years ago, I was saying to myself, I'm not sure I want to make music anymore. I just thought the game had gone past me. 2 years ago, when I made up my mind I was going to keep making albums, I was at a weight that I didn't want to be at. And I had this anxiety. I had this anxiety about getting dressed. You know, sometimes as creatives, our anxiety stops us from doing the thing we need to do. We cover it and say, I'm not that kind of person. I don't like when people talk to me that way. And it's really just your anxiety. Sometimes you need to sit in a difficult conversation. I actually needed for me to be comfortable as an older guy in the music business, to keep trying, to keep reinventing myself. I needed to beat the discomfort I felt, not being the weight I wanted to be in front of stylists and trying clothes, because it made me not enjoy the process and I would just stay away from it. I never had any videos. Do you guys remember? So at scale, it's a small thing that seems like part of my personality, but it affects you at scale. And then the music business starts to change and become more visual. And you have to ask yourself a question. But here's the thing. If you show up and you do the work, you and I were there the first day I started running, you know, and I cut down my weights through running. Foy was there the first day. He was the one that told me, I've started running, come out, let's run together. And before I knew it, I was doing 9 miles. I was doing 14 miles on Saturday morning, non-stop, running. And I would look at myself, and that's where the guy came from. Because I would look at magazines before and be like, man, that guy, can't you imagine, that guy lost all this weight. You know, you see all those videos, I lost weight in. For me, I mean, weight is overblown. You can be whatever weight you want. But for me personally, I needed to cut down because of my own anxiety and my own insecurities, right? And I did it. I'm the guy that did it. Right? And so that's the thing. I think that the thing about us as creatives is we have to, first of all, understand ourselves. Understand the ego that you have about yourself and your process that you're afraid to break out of. It could be rappers shouldn't sing. It should be, I could never do that because, but if you really look at it and you look at the industry and you look at the market and you look at the position you are, there's maybe a set of actions or experiments you need to take, things you need to try. You need to put out that song. You need to put out that EP and get feedback. You need to not wait for you to have a record deal. You need to not wait for the video to be perfect. You just need to get it out and get feedback. Okay, this is not what I'm doing. If you talk to all these influencers and comedians, most of them will tell you, like I was speaking to Mr. Macaroni last week, and he told me, he said, I never wanted to be a comedian. I'm an actor. He says the same thing about Sabinus, that if you ask Sabinus, he tells you, I'm not a comedian, I'm an actor. Here's the thing, it's through trial and error that sometimes you discover where you need to go. So don't be afraid to get out there to fail. And taking it back to the question that you asked me, I say the amount of failures that I've had behind me are probably the best descriptor of how far I've gotten in my career.
Invest in music tech. Because I'm a fan. I'm still a fan. And technology, do you think it has added to art or is taken from arts? Because the demands are much. Spotify is still at a loss, $5 billion. Like it's like even Netflix is no platform is profitable yet. So they're going to squeeze art. And so is it what's your take on technology and art?
Wow. Whew. Okay. First of all, let's recognize that tension has always been there. If you remember when they first started making keyboard, Casio keyboard, there are people that said, oh my God, it's gone electronic now. When we started recording digitally, people were like, oh, we're not going to have that analog sound again. So that tension is just part of humanity. The older generation who've worked so hard to build an industry or to build an idea sometimes have trouble letting it go and seeing it change. And that tension is there throughout humanity. There's something I always like to remind myself of, and this is useful for you in other walks of life, that there's a statement written in like Persia from like 3000 BC that says, the youth of today are godless, proud, corrupt, and arrogant. They will never rise to the level of their generations before them. If you think about that 3,000 years ago, people were like, man, what's going on? This youth of nowadays, what's happening? Right? It just lets you know that things stay the same. But the truth about it is that sometimes trends may be bad. I do, however, think that the best way to look at this moment that we're in now, and I say so from being a creative that has been at the very heights and at the very depths. I still go to Jos, I hang out with young creatives, I talk to everyone. I came from there. I was just in New York, in the head offices, you know what I mean, talking to the tops of the titans. And the way I want the creatives to think about technology and today is that whereas the rest of the world couldn't access African culture, and so they had to listen to what to think about Africans through very bad technology, radio that took so long, TV, newspapers. Now they can meet you directly. And do you know what the world is finding out? That African art is, pardon my French, sorry, is damn dope. And so through these phones, through TikTok, through Instagram, through Facebook, through YouTube, through all these platforms, the world is going to continue to purchase more and more and more African content. This is our time. So it's not a time for you to get small. It's a time for you to get big. It's not a time for you to try to go back into what was. It's a time for you to sit and look at where is the world going and learn as much as you can. Because why not? We are the cultural producers of Earth. And we've never been in control of the tools of the trade. And part of the reason we've never been in control of the tools of trade is because the West has always told us, you care about owning money, you should be humble, you should be small, you're Africans, you don't think at that level. we should build the technologies that share culture to the world, because we are the producers of culture. We've always been. We're the producers of rhythm, we're the producers of harmony, we're the producers of dance, we're the producers of drama, we're the producers of hip-hop, we're so awesome as a people. So it's our time. So open up, read, study, pay attention. Listen, get out of your own head and spend less time playing FIFA. Spend less time talking to your friends on Instagram. Spend less time creating a fake image of yourself for people. Spend less time worrying about where you were. Spend more time learning. You are at the beginning of a revolution, cultural revolution, and you could be one of the founders that will build the infrastructure for African art if you pay attention and if you seize the opportunity. Don't believe the story that things are not working out for you, because right now the next billionaires in culture are being founded around this country, around this continent, and you can partake. Why not? Why not you? Pay attention, stay awake, start studying,
Now, still on this flow, I remember one day in the house, I was in his house, and you sent me out because of the way I reacted to somebody's music. And you were like, for creatives, fragile. So you have to be mature about how you respond to music. Now, before you came, I spoke about, I leaked something, I'm sorry, that you are now back to working with your brother, Jesse, and all that. I'm sorry I did that. My question is, as a creative leader, you failed, you've done well, you've done all that. A lot of creatives here want to be creative. They just want to create. But they need manager, structure, legals, you know what I mean? But they want to just create.
Yeah.
How can they, it's a tough question, but what should they look for in partnerships?
Yeah.
What should they look for in collab? What should they be looking for? And maybe they'll get it.
Yeah. I wanna, how many people consider themselves creatives here? Like, if you're creative, put your hand up. So let me ask the question again. If in your life you make music, it doesn't have to be professionally, but you write songs or you write poems or you write songs in your head, please put your hand up. Okay? If you make art, you just draw on your table, you're a creative person. It doesn't mean if you've done it professionally, it's just something that you knew you could do and develop. Please put your hand up. Okay? If you're like script writer, storyteller, you're the person, you're a comedian, you're someone that people can come to for communication and spreading of ideas, please put your hand up. Okay, good mix in the room. The way I want to answer this question is to go back to the framing of how Foy started it, right? I like what he said about creatives just wanting to be creative. And if you're creative, you know what this feeling is. You don't want to get involved at all. Now, if you look at a child, you see that a child doesn't want to get involved. But an adult knows that you must get involved. And that's one of the tough things as a creative, that if you don't pay attention, you're going to be taken advantage of. So you have to create a safe space for the adult self and a safe space for the creative self. And you have to pay attention to the adult self. You have to. I'm telling you, as somebody that built a platform with my sweat and blood, and I lost out when the money was being shared in a big way. So I'm telling you, really, when I was doing it for love, for loyalty, for passion, for we're going to do this, carrying the brand name. In fact, this brand, I'm sure most people, the first thing you think about when you hear the brand is MI. That's the first thing we go to your... But when it came to the point where we've made it now and it's time to share, I realized that I should have been paying attention when I was 26, when I was 27. And there's nothing I can do. And I stand in a long line of many creatives. So you have to pay attention. Your children's legacy, their school fees, your partner's life insurance policy, the assets you leave are reliant on that. So that part of us just needs to grow up as a fact. Now, The real question is, how do we protect the child? Because I think Nigeria gets us to oversubscribe on the adults. There's just so many things that are happening. And I don't have an answer. What I would say is that the child, the creative self, needs, for me, around 3 weeks undisturbed. So what I'm trying to do is see if I can work maybe for 2 weeks really hard, pay attention, go through contracts, stay, bam, 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 then disconnect. And do 2 weeks, relaxing, allowing my mind grow. And so you see, I've started traveling to Jos a lot more, hanging out with my brother when I'm there. In fact, last week Friday, I remember I got up in the morning, and before we tell you, I'm up by 5:30, we're running by 6, we're done by 7, by 7:30, I'm out of the shower, I've started setting up my program for the day. By 8:30, I'm making calls. I normally work till like 8:30 p.m., meetings, bam, 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 so I'm very, very productive. And that last week, I remember, I don't know, G+, if I told you, I remember that I was walking around, I was like, man, what's wrong? I had so much anxiety. I was like, man, I didn't do anything this week. And after like 30 minutes of just beating myself up, like, man, you didn't do anything, I was like, oh, you were being a creative this week. That's why you made the decision on Monday that you were going to disconnect and just make music. I'd forgotten that that's the decision I made. I was judging myself. And I'm trying to get more comfortable with being able to unplug and just think. Because you're most creative is when you do what? You daydream, right? When you're doing nothing. So it's very important. Just don't daydream when you should be paying attention. Do you understand? Don't daydream when you should be paying attention. And don't pay attention when you should be daydreaming. You understand? So the job of finding those two spaces, very important. And maybe an easy way to think about it is just think about an adult and a child. And see yourself as both. You're responsible for the child, yourself, the emotional, shouting, I'm upset, blah, blah, blah. That's, your childlike self. But the adult needs to make sure that that person is safe as well. So I need to have enough money. I need to make sure my contracts are signed. I need to make sure I really understand Instagram and the algorithms, really understand Facebook. Let me look at those tools, understand digital marketing. I need to make sure that every month I'm improving my skills. I need to make sure that I'm reading a book that confirms the things I believe, but I'm also reading a book that confirms the things, the other side, so I can hear their own perspective, so that I can open my mind. And I can say that it's that approach that has kept me today. Like, I feel like, in fact, I right now, I was thinking about this. I have a contract that I'm going to sign, hopefully, that will make already in 2022, will make 2023 the highest earning year of my life, right? Before I've stepped into the year. And it's crazy to think about the fact that this is happening for me from when you guys met me in year 15. In year 15. What does that mean? It means that your value can go up as you grow. You can get better with time. You can earn more money. You can get more refined. It's what I'm discovering now. How did I get there? That's why I'm on this stage, to tell you my own story. And I can tell you I got there by questioning myself, by pushing myself, by developing discipline, by challenging my ideas, by breaking down my ego and be willing to fail, to try new things, to be ridiculed and mocked by myself because of the idea I had of myself before. And there's some success for me there. And if there's anything I can leave you guys, I say that separation to allow your kid self grow, but make sure that your adult self is awake as well. The parent can't leave the room as well. They both need to go together.
Fantastic. So I will call Elijah, the host, to come and sit here while I ask the last question. So I have travel anxiety.
You have 15 more minutes.
I have anxiety in travel, so I have to roll to the airport. So my last question, and this question is important because this is what we discussed every time, is that the mental health of a creative, I won't say it's different, but I will say it's peculiar. So I have ADD. I'm sure you know what ADD is, attention deficit. And I had to read about it to understand why I behave the way I behave, why I have social anxieties. I had to understand myself. Now, 2 questions, and then Elijah will take over. The first one is, have you gone through depression, and how was that experience? Because it's important that we ask you, yeah, am I? And the second one is, how have you handled shame? Because shame is that thing that can really restrict you. How have you handled shame? 2 questions on there. Elijah, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those questions. Mental health. So I don't think I've ever been depressed myself. When I listen to people that have gone through depression talk about it, it doesn't sound like it's an experience I've had, even though I feel like I've been very close. And I think that the closest I was to it was this year. Maybe like 4 months before I got married. My album had moved. You know, I thought my album was going to come out in February. It had basically moved to August. My fiancée had moved to Nigeria. And it was just tough. It was just a tough time for us. And my wedding. And all these changes, inflation is happening at the same time. There are just so many things happening. I started to really feel. In fact, there was a day I woke up that the way I described it is I had no motivation. I just was like, the thought at the back of my mind was like, you've tried now. You've given them. You don't try your best now. If you go back just, stay for just. Nobody go. What do you understand? And I think that for people that get into depression, looking at where I was and how difficult it was for me to emotionally regulate myself, my heart only goes out to people that have had depression. I don't have an answer. But one of the things I'll say is that your self-talk is very important. And this is what I mean. Most of us have an opinion of ourselves that is very poor. We don't believe that we can keep our word. We don't believe that we can do what it takes to achieve great things. We don't really believe that we can be trusted. We don't really believe that we are really valuable deserving of love. So when somebody says something nice to you, you stop, you turn. And you can start to change that by talking to yourself. So when I was at my lowest this year, I read a small book called The 4 Agreements. And the first thing was be impeccable with your word to yourself. Only say kind things to yourself. And so I started to say to myself, every day I'll just wake up and say, am I what a handsome guy you are? I would say it when I was running. You're so gentle, you're so kind, you're so loving. You're a fighter, you've never given up, you've been knocked down, but look at you trying. Look at you going forward. I'm telling you guys these stories in real terms. I'm trying to humanize myself as possible and be as practical, because I also discovered that during that period, a lot of people give advice in a vague way. But I didn't have practical advice that somebody could tell me that I could go and practice tomorrow morning. Do you understand? So what I'm saying is that practically talk to yourself every time you are alone and only say nice things to yourself. And what you will discover is that after a week, your mood will change. Because what you would have been hearing about yourself for a week would have been nice things, right? Your brain doesn't know the difference between what you say to yourself and what somebody says to you. It doesn't know the difference. Let's prove it. If somebody's telling you a story and you think the person is lying, and you say this person is lying, your brain automatically interprets what the person is saying as lying. Can't tell the difference, even if the person is telling you I'm telling the truth, right? So if you use that, if you tell yourself, I am special, I'm great, you will be. You will see the world that way. In terms of, so that's my answer on mental health. And in terms of shame, where does shame come from? Shame, I believe, comes from the trauma of being told that you can't do something when you were a child and being punished when you made a mistake when you were a child. If you go back to our childhood, the way our parents, they say, don't do that thing. And if you think about it properly, I think that a better way for parents to, better relationship for parents to have with children is to ensure that the children's environment is safe so that the child has freedom to explore and it builds their confidence, as opposed to leaving them in dangerous areas and making the child to blame for it, right? So this is just my perspective, but I think that if you look at a child, you understand that a child's innate nature is to try and fail, try and fail, try and fail. And that it must have been beaten into that child. In school, you're a dunce. Maybe you were dyslexic. We all know that kid in our class that couldn't spell. And the teacher brought him to the front and beat him, told him, kneel down. Mumu Olodo. Over years, over decades, your uncles, your aunts, you were kicked, you were beaten, and you started to believe this version of yourself. So anytime you're about to make that mistake, you become ashamed. But as an adult, it's something that you need to learn to sit with, because honestly, growth is on the other side of shame. You have to let go of ego. You must let go of ego to grow. So, if there's anything that I would like you to imagine yourself, imagine if you're yourself, if nobody could make you ashamed. Imagine if you were owing somebody money, and they put out the story. This person is owing. And you were like, yes, I'm owing. Because I needed money. I was struggling. And I handled the money badly. And I'm trying to figure out money things. And I'm still struggling. And if somebody were going to help me figure this out and then give me a job, I would do everything I can to pay back. Do you know that everybody's perspective of you that was trying to shame you would change? Now here's the thing. It's the only thing that changes your perspective, right? When we think about somebody being shameless, at most times, that is the moment when people actually became free. When they got to the point where they realized that other people's opinion doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, I am learning to be comfortable with shame. To be comfortable when somebody tells me you messed up. Right now, on my way here, I was supposed to go for an event yesterday. I couldn't make it. The person is really upset. What is coming up in me is anger. Like, I was even doing you a favor, but that's the wrong way. And I'm sitting with that feeling, get angry, and be like, I understand why this person is upset. Because they're disappointed. They don't think I can keep my word. And maybe the best thing I can do is to go and tell them, I know you're disappointed. I'm sorry I couldn't make it. It's not something I'd like to do. And I'm talking to my team about how can we do this better so that when we give our word, we keep our word. And I think that that person will emerge with a better perspective of me than if I was like, oh, this is the problem with humanity. You try to help people now, see. I for just day my house, day my day. I beg anybody will call me for show now, no. Do you understand? And nobody can, if I was to take the other perspective, none of you could tell me I was wrong. Right? But it's my choice which way I decide to go. So I decide to be on the other side of shame so I can grow, so I can learn, so I can evolve, you know.
So thank you, Em. So the next phase will be questions, and the host of the event, Take Out Media, Elijah, will take control. Thank you so much for your time. Over to Elijah.
Thank you very much. I kept telling Foy that you're in Abuja, you can't make it late for a flight, but you know, the Lagos man in him. Thank you very much. And let me practice what the guy just told us. So guys, I'm so sorry for the way the schedule has gone. I mean, there's a lot of people sacrificed to be here to make sure that they are here for the panel. So sorry for the time. You know, it has shifted, and I really apologize. It's our first time, and we hope to do it better. Yeah.
I'm sorry as well. It was an impossible thing for me to be here. That's the point I was making. We had already said no at first because we didn't want to do this. But I'm glad I came, and for people whose schedules have been shifted, I really apologize. You know, I know your time is really important, so I'm sorry as well.
Thank you very much. So, questions. Let's take two for sake of time. David Adeleke. Okay. All right. And any other person? Okay, we'll take three.
All right. Hi, Em. So I've always wanted to ask you this question. So personally, Young Denzel is my favorite because it came at the right time in my life, and so I wanted to ask you, when you were making that album, what was your process mentally like? versus when you were making Talk About It? Because in many ways they are very different and they represent different aspects of your personality. So what was the difference in your mental process and even your creative process? Thanks.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I hope I'm not losing people with the way I'm answering my questions. I try to explain it in a way that makes sense to me, and I'm grateful for questions like this because they help me clarify. I think that both albums are the same thing, and let me explain. One side is the ego side. So you think about Talk About It when I came out, is one short black boy. Anoti, lele. You know me now. Normally I don't. They bump this in the area. It's like all this bravado, right? It's very important. It's very important. It's that windshield. It's that windshield. But the engine as well, which is reflection, self-awareness, discipline. I think a lot of that is in Young Denzel. And the reason is that at the beginning of Young Denzel, my life had started to change, but I didn't understand it. I was having a lot of tension with my personal relationships. I was also getting to the age where a lot of my friends, it starts happening in your later 30s. A lot of people start approaching a midlife sort of crisis, and people start getting depressed. So I had a friend who wanted to kill herself. Very popular. In fact, at that time, she was at the height of her popularity. So there's a song on Young Denzel, All I Want to Do Is Drink, Smoke. That song, it was about her because she told me, and the last song, she wants to kill herself. She doesn't feel herself feel. Her doctor gave her more pills. That don't break through her shield. It don't fill up her soul. Sent them. But thank you. But the point is, at Young Denzel, I hadn't even had the personal experience of personally being broken down. An album where you want to hear Emma's own brokenness is a tape that I'm glad most people haven't heard. It's called the Judah EP. Do you know what I'm saying? And if you listen to it well, you will hear where now I had reached a point where the Talk About It image of myself needed to change for me to evolve and go forward. I don't know if that makes sense. Where I had not paid attention in business, and I had this experience in my life where I was now like, I need to become a better businessman. And I need to change the way I look at the world. Before I would look at it like, I can wake up whenever I want, I'm just a creative. But now I realize that creativity is better if I treat it like a job. Do you understand? It's better if I can create 2 weeks and travel and discipline and read and train my mind and exercise and eat healthier. I'll become even more creative. And so that tape has it there. I think one of the things as an artist is that if you think about the greatest artists, especially if you just look at our African artists, they're the ones that have the most failures, the most moments of public shame, the most songs that didn't work, the most mistakes at a public level, you know, the most criticism. Because again, it's what goes hand in hand. Look at the fintech industry, right? Who are the fintech guys? They're the young guys that are presently in Nigeria creating the most value, right? I use guys gender neutrally. And no, because they are amazing women in that space as well. Yeah. And I want to be clear about that. But they're also the people that are taking the hardest hits and making the most mistakes. And even if you go and look in the Agile Manifesto, what they're teaching in Scrum, what they're teaching to tech entrepreneurs is try and iterate as quickly as you can. Do the experiment, learn the learnings, give feedback in an open setting, iterate and try again. And should become the process of our lives, right? And so the reason why I say that they're both the same is because they're both the story of a guy 2008 in Jos, looking at the industry being like, I can make it. And then in 2017, being at a place where his world is changing and looking up and being like, I can make it. And the point is that the tools you need at different points of your life are different. So the albums are different, but they're the same because they're the same person. I don't know if that makes sense.
So I think we'll do it this way. Let's just take 3 questions at a stretch, then he answers. So we'll just take one question.
All right.
Then we'll just close that and just move to the next.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Merciful, media partner for this event. So I have two questions in one, actually. So you were saying something earlier. You said when you meet with this, foreigners and people, you see that Africa is not really represented the way it ought to be. So I have a question to you. I know your lyrics are tight and they're really strong, but how do you think people in the entertainment industry should intentionally, deliberately put out, what Africa is, not just lebebe and, win Grammys and stuff. How do you think they should do that? Then, yes, I mentioned it. Then the second thing is, what are you doing personally outside of your lyrics? Do you understand?
Okay.
Yeah, I would love to answer both questions.
Can I?
Sorry.
Can we take more questions first so that? Okay.
I want to answer the second part, so don't allow me forget that second part. What am I doing personally? I would love to answer that.
Okay. I think I'll write.
Not now. Next question here.
Okay.
Only men can we pick a woman now? Because only men have spoken so
far. They have already picked one
session.
Man.
Okay, so
can we my friend taught me this. My friend taught me this. That let's ask that a woman should get the opportunity to ask a question. Please, if there's no woman, then we can move to a man, but if there's a woman. Because only men have been speaking, and we don't want only men's perspectives.
Any woman wants to ask a
Okay,
question?
there's one over there.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, guys, sorry. Just.
Hi, my name is Ronti. My question is, how do you stay enthusiastic? Like, how do you stay motivated? It's very easy, not just like for personally, but as a creative, especially when you work in a space without specific structure in Nigeria. It's very easy to wake up and say, you know what, since my time is my own, today I'm not feeling it. And then one day it turns to weeks, to months of you not creating anything. So how do you stay enthusiastic? How do you remind yourself why you started in such a way that it keeps you motivated?
Okay, next question.
Okay, we can go back to guys now.
Okay, my name is Marvelous. And
I think you are biased towards one side of the hall.
She asked what I wanted to ask, basically. But I'll just sum it up by, how do you become a realist? When do you know it's time to switch? So we have been talking about music, a whole lot of artists, but there are people that do YouTube, and you find out you continue making videos and you do not have any audience. You don't have anybody watching. When do you know it's time for you to call it quits and move on to the next thing? At what time does it feel right?
Okay, can we go to the other side of the hall so that we just know that we balanced it? I can remember all the questions, so don't worry.
Okay, my name is Romeo Gane. I'm the convener of the CEOs from Nigeria. Okay, my question is this. It's happy to see you again after 12 years. When we first brought you to Abraka in Delta State, I personally did that. And looking at you now, there's still one thing that's very resonant about you, attention to detail. How is it that over the years, with all the influence, all the money, all the drama, you've still remained absolute in paying attention to details in your project? So it's very important that you help us with these answers because it will help entrepreneurs from whichever sector going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think...
Okay, so the first question...
Africa.
Yeah, what I liked about the Africa thing is I wanted to point out that the Tikpa Tikpa music gets a lot of criticism. But I want you guys to know that Tikpa Tikpa music is African as well. When we were born and we were in the village, the songs that they were singing and we were dancing to, they were not deep songs. They were not political statements. They were just part of our African expression, which is joy. And sometimes when you see kids dancing and doing these dances, we can sometimes sexualize it, but if you've ever been a kid, you know that at first, really those emotions are joy. You just want to dance. And until somebody tells you it's bad or it's good, you don't really have a context of it, right? And I point to that to say that we Africans are complex. We're not just shallow, which we are at times. We're complex, we're deep, we're playful, we're serious, and that it should all go together. I think that the challenge is that the deeper parts of our society are not well groomed. I don't think entertainment should be solely responsible I think that our leaders, our political parties, our institutions, they don't have values in them. And I think that that's what we're seeing played out in society. Because energy. And fans will pick from both at different times. And because as animals we pick, we like one person that does tiko and one person that likes deep. And we hate one. And we say this one is just whack or whatever. But I think that they are both part of us. In terms of what I'm doing, I don't know if I answered the full of that question, but in terms of what I'm doing personally, let me answer that last. The question around enthusiasm. There's a book. Please, everybody, open your phone and write this book down. The Laws of Human Nature by Robert Greene. The Laws of Human Nature by Robert Greene. And it's a very difficult book to read. How many people love reading here? If you love reading, don't lie. Do not lie. Don't bring your ego self. If you've read a book in the last month, finished from cover to cover, please raise your hand. In the last month. Oh, fantastic. We are with the... So this book, for the creatives, it taught me something. It taught me that every human being can choose how they choose to react to their situation. And so I developed a tool this year, and I want to share with you. I'll say it, it's like 3-4 sentences. I'll say it, then repeat after me. So I'll say sentence 1, if you can repeat after me till we get through it, right? Okay. What goes on in your head?
What goes on in your head?
Is different from what goes on out in the world.
Is different from what goes on out in the world.
Can we agree on this so far? What goes on in your head is different from what happens in the real world. If you've ever had a fight with your friend and you guys sat back and looked at it, you'd be like, do you understand? What matters is what happens in the real world.
Is what happens in the real world.
Now, if you understand this, you understand the power of actions even when you don't see or you don't believe. Because the person that shows up will receive the opportunity, whether or not they believed they would get the opportunity. The person that didn't show up will not receive the opportunity, whether or not they believed they would. Some of you are still at home believing, and you're getting more and more upset with the people around you. You're getting more and more upset with the world. Nobody cares. Nobody believes in me. And you're taking less and less actions. And I understand. But what goes on in your head is different from what goes on out in the world. And what matters is what happens in the world. So I hope for people that are struggling with motivation, that you make 2 sheets, one where you keep a score of how you feel, but another where you keep a score of the actions you need to take. And that you focus more on that one, even as you feel down. Because imagine a person that can show up when they feel down. How can they beat you? How can they defeat you? How can you be stopped? Even when I didn't believe in myself, I was here. Even when I didn't think that the job would happen, I showed up and I made a pitch. Even when I didn't think I would get the opportunity, I went and I tried. That person is a winner. And that's what I mean about failure. Because, that person is going to fail. That person is going to fail over and over again. But gradually, what people around that person are going to start saying, you know what I think about Joy? Joy is a winner. Because she doesn't give up. You know what I think about Emeka? That Emeka guy, he just has such a spirit about him. Because it doesn't matter what Joy and Emeka think about themselves. What matters is what they do. Because that is what people will see. And that is what will make a difference. Do you understand? And there's a last question.
Culture of excellence, how you've been able
look, I appreciate what you're saying. I think that I do have skills that are very refined. I spent a lot of time in the studio. I still do. People don't know how hard I work. For MI2, which I think is arguably my, my most widely received work. There are 17 songs on it. I recorded 150 ideas for it. 150 different songs. I recorded with Burna Boy, I recorded with Wande Cole, I recorded with producers to reach that album. So, if you want to know why the music comes out the way it does, it's because MI works harder than you. Whoever that person, the person that you're comparing me to, I stay in the studio. G Plus will tell you, I mix, I master, I edit videos, I style myself, you can tell I style myself because of, the struggle. But the point is, I know that what matters is what happens in the real world. So that's where I'm going to beat you. If I need to travel to Jos, if I need to learn a software, if I need to mix it myself, I'm going to do it. That's what you see. But what I want to also point to is that there were also large parts of my career where I was worried about being perfect. And if I had just shown up, I would have had better outcomes. And that's one of the things I had to learn between 2019, 2021, was that waiting for things to be perfect also had a lot of effects on me. Do you understand? It had a lot of effects on me, a lot of negative effects on me. And while I appreciate one, I would say be less perfect. You know who I really look at his career and really admire? I really admire Olamide's career. Because I think a lot of, and I want to say this in the right context here, I think a lot of his music arrived in its imperfect sense to us. Maybe the mix down wasn't done. Like when he started, if you go back and look at those early things, but the guy just showed up every year. Every year he just showed up. Whiskey, David, they show up every year. They just show up. You say, it's over. How many times have we said it's over for Whiskey? How many times have we said this one no enter? Baba don't dey. Guess what? I did. Next. And it's something that I've humbly had to learn. That what goes on in your head, I need to get this perfect, is different from what happens out in the world, which is that consumers need product. And what happens out in the world, which is that the product that's available is what they will consume, and what they will continue to consume is what matters, not what happens in my head. You understand? So, I hope I gave a nuanced answer there. Yeah.
I think the final question is, what are you doing? Task.
Oh, fantastic. I'm telling you guys because I'm trying to recruit you guys. Number one, I am trying to improve myself as a man. It means that I'm listening more to women because 6 out of 10 Nigerian women on average get raped. And most Nigerian women have been sexually assaulted. So when you're in your relationship and you're like, I don't understand women, understand that they have seen Nigeria through a different lens from you. Completely different. They've been a second-class citizen the whole time. And that we are the only ones that can make a difference today. Because they don't even have access to power, to authority, to governance. We have to get involved. I'm also understanding that if I don't get involved in the political conversation, nothing is going to change. It is the idea of a child that they should leave it to their leaders. And that what we must do to change Nigeria, this is our land. It is our, okay, let me not use cuss words. Sometimes cuss words get the point across. Clearer. This is your fucking inheritance. Stop playing with it. It's not a game. Those old men are not enough for you to give up and tell your children there was nothing I could do. Do it now. Let's take our country serious. And what I mean by this, more practically, your local government chairman should know who you are. Because while we spend time worrying about the president, the real change that needs to happen is at the local level. And we are mostly disinterested at the local level. And that's where really Nigeria is going to struggle, at the local level. This also means that I'm building a record label, which is the thing people connect me to. And we're having a festival in Jos called the Incredible Music Festival, January 1st and January 2nd. What we're trying to do is to teach artists how to build their own enterprises so that we're not always invited to come and perform for Bam 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 Fest. So I've started the festival, and we're gradually going to give out equity to the people that take participation in it. So it just has a festival that's owned by J-Town legends, Pan and Percy Paul, Jeremiah Gang, Pastor Chintok, Ice Prince, P Square, Jesse Jaggs, Sound Sultan, God rest his soul, Two-Face, all these guys that have Joss as part of their DNA. And we want to do that and scale it across the country. The reason I'm sharing this with you because maybe there are potential collaborators here, right? How am I doing this? Through a vehicle called Task. Task is my attempt to make the world a better place by connecting creatives to opportunities. I'm a creative, so I'm not very good at it. But for 3 years, we've been creating opportunities. And right now, we have a very strong vertical called Ignite that leads social impact causes. So we've had Dan Dizzy lead conversations in Port Harcourt. I think Jessica Bogos did in Abuja. Ilbliss did in Enugu. I'm going to Jos. We have a conference in October that we've done. One of the things you know is that when you're working hard and doing good things for Nigeria, nobody ever notices, and you come and get the question, the people always come and ask you, because the algorithm isn't interested in change for the better. That's why we must get involved. So I'm doing my best. I am also trying to be a better man, if you go back to the listening. So I'm trying to improve, and I'm welcome to all feedback. And I'm looking for teammates at Task. I'm looking for somebody to come and lead our learning program to connect creatives to learning. So if anybody's like project manager level interested in that, I'm looking for somebody to help us frame our approach towards tech. If anybody's interested in that, we need someone for our agency. We want to be able to get supply side opportunities for super creatives, you know what I mean, and just do a better job of helping creatives set up their business so that they can make real value, you know. It's worked for me. Over the 1 year I've been working with Task, my earning, I told you next year is going to be my best year already because I have an agency that's actually doing the work. But we need to grow, we need to get better, and so please check us out. Task is T-A-S-C-K, T-A-S-C-K. Our socials are This Is Task or The Task. Check us out, follow us. Again, as I said, nobody say we too sabi you, but we did try, we did fail. We did fail because what happens in your head is different from what happens. So
Ladies and gentlemen, he has a performance tonight, and I don't want to keep him longer. Let's celebrate.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Chocolate City Pictures presents M.I. Ryman, M.I.T's Action Film.
Ha! Let's go. Yeah, push your car down. Left, 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 left. Ha! Push it down full. Left, right, ha! Make it care. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. I would like to take you on a ride. I'll be your Superman. I'll take you to the sky. So go on, pick all doesn't need. 'Cause I'll be actor for these action films. Yo, back with a banger. For the hood, for the street, for the standard. The return of the microphone lander. Came back to set a new standard. More bread, more butter, more pata, more Fanta, no good.
I told you there was going to be an action film on stage.
Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Incredible?
The guy.
M.I.
That was
we told you
so
there was a surprise.
amazing.
We told you there was a surprise. I mean,
Yes.
I wasn't lying.
He came and he delivered. So there was one thing I got from MI's conversation. He said creativity is better if you treat it as a job. So whatever idea that you have, you need to put your best foot forward and give it your best shot. And I wish every one of you a huge success in all your endeavors. In a bit, we are going to go on a 5 to 10 minutes break. Remember to network, and please, all the refreshments we gave you, please have it in the hall. Once again, my name is Becca, and this is Emmanuel. And earlier, we told you we're going to have a 60 seconds of fame session. Yeah, and we have two people who went to Michaela to write down their names. The very first person is Timothy Faladay.
Round of
A round of applause,
Are you
please.
inside? Oh, okay. No, you can just stay where you
Just
are.
hold on. And then the second person
And
is
the second person was Anthony Nwaga.
Anthony
Are you still around?
Uwagba.
Did you stand up?
Nice one.
All right.
Ooh,
So you might
Anthony,
want to.
hi. So
So you
these
might
are
want
the
to
two
prepare-
people.
Exactly. Prepare your elevator pitch, if you will.
Yes.
Because you will do so after the break.
And we told you that there are going to be some prizes to be won, which is 20,000 naira in cash and 3 months of Brand Drive Pro Plan license. So those of you in the tech space, you know what this is all about. A round of applause, please. So Anthony and Timothy, in a bit after the break, you're gonna come on stage and pitch your tech idea. And everyone here will listen to you. Right?
Exactly.
Amazing. We cannot wait.
Amazing.
So the break.
I know, yes, you've been taking a lot of pictures and a lot of videos. So if you want to post, make sure you tag TMCon on Instagram at tm.con and use the hashtag TMCon2022.
Yes, the theme of the day is the business of creativity. That is from passion to profit. You know how we said it earlier, if we say TMCon 2022, they say?
From passion to profit.
So can we try it before we go on the break?
TMCon 2022. And from passion to profit.
TMCon 2022.
I love you guys. Don't forget to network. We'll see you shortly after the break.
Thank you very much.
Every little thing is the do to me. It's sweet to me for body. She a love me feel follow me. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, bullet make her go crazy. I'ma get see you sure for me. Say me can withdraw money. Oh Roma, no good tango. Make a carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no drugs are fit to contain. Your body not baggage. You know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me. Love you, overdose me. Now you want me, love you, waiting for low. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Your bank account, money plenty, tell me the amount. No one told me love would taste like this. Got my money in my pocket like this. Bitcoin in my wallet like this. Wisdom in my knowledge like this. Follow God, I know they follow man. But you, I might have to consider. Trips to LA, taking photographs. You sign by me, then it's another crowd.
Live to die another day for you, baby. Quit my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take the last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard baby.
Man, I don't get taxi, baby. You dey eye me like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter, I dey read. Sing all day, yeah. Overdosing, body overdose. I'ma say you got it, overload. And you know you got like commando, yeah. Roma, no good tango. Carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no
I run the game, I'm feeling like referee. No, like Moses parting the Red Sea, like a chauffeur, me in the back of the Bentley. So I step out, all white, can't stain. What you want? Rosé, champagne? I got that. Big bag, back pain. Taking the piss, the only time I can't aim. So we toasted a good life, living every minute to the full, cause I could die. Pull up at the spot, open doors, and it's suicide. Chillin' rent free, where the check, please? Couple hundred G's on a good night. If it's good, send it my way. If it's bad, keep it private. All these haters so vexed, I'm the best alive. You don't want to test the guy. You been sleeping on yourselves, you sets it fly. Throw myself a party, then act surprised. Be the highest in the room when the guests arrive. Yeah, ain't nobody realer. Touchdown, got a couple G's for the dealer. Gang signs out the window, my killer. Life getting sweet, I no use what I dilute my right being. So we toast to the good life. Every minute to the full, cause we could die. Pull up open doors and it's suicide. 16 bad, whoop, and they all by the poolside. I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only know ye below me. Music chose me, just know this and know this. I get low-key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wifey me slowly.
Yeah, 1, 2.
All right, everybody. I'm sure you've had the time or the chance to talk to your favorite creatives. Please, we're going to start in the next 2 minutes. If you're outside, just kindly make your way back. So we can start the next session. We're going to be having the business of tech. For the two people that wrote their names with Michaela, you would be pitching your idea. So I hope your elevator pitches are ready. DJ, you can keep the music rolling. Just kindly make your way back to your seats, and we'll start shortly. Look beside you. If the person that was sitting beside you is not there, give the person a call. Tell them to come back. Let's kindly make our way back inside for the next panel session. Please also do not forget not to take your bottles of water or your refreshments outside. Thank you. I see a lot of people on their way back. Kindly make your way back inside the hall so we can begin the next session. And in case you're wondering what t-shirt I'm wearing, we have merch for TMCon. So the merch wall is just outside, and you can purchase your shirt or your hoodie or whichever one appeals to you the most. Please, network. Your next big gig might be here. I just saw my friend back in uni, and I haven't seen him since we graduated, I think. Please reach out to someone. We have t-shirts and hoodies outside. Pick the one you like the most. Hi, KK.
Show my ability, what's my friend make us spend $1 million on you. As long as you go there, my side, oh, give you money, yeah. As long as you go do me nice, oh, shower you money, yeah. As long as you go there, my side, oh, give you money, yeah. As long as you go do me nice, oh, shower you money, yeah.
Okay, I have a question. If anybody gets it right, you get free merch from the TM Con team. From the time the event started, I've changed my shirts 3 times. If you can tell me what was written on the 2 other shirts I wore, you win free merch. If you want to try, you can walk up to me and answer.
that. One time, oh yeah. Although you who you are so wonderful. If I leave you, now you I go run back to. I go run back to you. It's wrong for you, baby. I'm going away. Your love is true. I know you always be there. I'm coming for you, baby. I'm going away. Your love is true. I know you always be there. No one can love you like I do. Nobody, baby. No one can love you like I do. Baby, no one can love you like I do. Nobody, baby. No one can love you like I do. Nobody, baby. No one can take my place. Bad energy, just stay far away. Loving you day by day. If me and share far away.
Thank you, DJ. Thank you very much. Hope you guys have met amazing people and you have networked really well. Can we have your undivided attention? And please, those of you that are outside, can you please make your way in? The second session is about to begin. So before we went on the break, we said we're going to have 60 seconds
Mic check 1, 2.
of the tech people coming to pitch their ideas. Are you guys ready? We mentioned 2 names. The very first person was Timothy Faladay, and the second person was
Anthony Waga. So if you're around, please make your way to the back of the stage so we can have you ready for your elevator pitch. It won't be more than 60 seconds. Please make your way to the back of the stage and then we'll have you from there.
Yes, Timothy Faladay and Anthony Wagba. Please make your way to the back of the stage.
All right.
So in a bit, we are going to start the second session with amazing speakers and a moderator on a panel. But first of all, let's pay some bills. Wow. That is one of the most beautiful and creative ads I've seen in a very long time. Well done, La Casera. So we are back and ready to rock and roll. So the two amazing tech gurus who wrote down their names to pitch their tech ideas, can you guys please make your way to the stage, Anthony and Timothy?
Would you put your hands together as they
Can you
make
guys
their
please
way
put
to
your hands
the
together?
stage?
Anthony Wagba and Timothy Faladay.
A round of applause once again. I'm not sure they're hearing.
Oh, it's just you? Okay, so you have 60 seconds to pitch your tech idea. Here you go.
Okay, before you start, no pressure. We have, okay, awesome. Before we start here, we have, or the winner will be announced after the panel for Business of Technology. But we have the CMO / co-founder of PiggyVest. Yeah, round of applause, please. No. So no pressure. Just, you know. But you have 1 minute. I'll be timing you. After 1 minute, I'll collect your mic.
Thank you very much. Hi, guys. So my name is, I'm the guy to start with. My name is Anthony Waba. I am the CEO and co-founder of Gova. So Gova is a financial technology solution. We are trying to, or we seek to welcome Africa into the future of payments, which is biometric. So Gova is a secure contactless biometric payment solution. In layman terms, you make payments with your face instead of this. You would all agree with me that you've walked into a store, tried to make payment, and you forgot your wallet, your cash, or your ATM card. But you need to make payments. And they tell you to either go back or look for how to make payments. But imagine if you could make payments with your face, right? You go everywhere with your face, right? So in fact, this whole thing started with a conversation, right? And just before I get into that, Africa alone, cash is king in Africa. 95% of the transactions that happen in Africa is made with cash, right? And we're trying to move into a cashless economy. So in a nutshell, face card never declines. Thank you.
That was very amazing, Anthony Wagba. Thank you for your tech pitch. Over to you, Timothy Faladay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Timothy Faladay. I'm creator for Event Star, which basically is the first idea basically generated from the idea for weddings. Everyone here has an idea, or every female normally, you have an idea of how you want your wedding to be since you were 12 or so. So the idea is basically you come online and you design or you state the kind of wedding you want, and then you meet with the vendors who are already there, and you communicate with them. So it's a product. That's what that's what it's about. And basically we fashion it in a way where you can make transaction online through the product, and then you have your security already targeted there. That's all.
Wow. Okay, you used even less than a minute. Well done. Thank you to the both of you for your amazing pitches. After this panel would announce the winner. Thank you, Timothy and Anthony. You can make your way.
Thank you so much, Timothy. You can
back.
make your way down. A round of applause
Thank
for
you.
them,
A round of
please.
applause. Beautiful ideas. It's not easy to actually think of something that is very distinctive and stands out.
And also, please, for the sponsor for the 6 seconds of fame, the founder of Brand Drive, Undwe Komadu, could you put your hands together for him? Thank you so much, sir.
Remember, the winner will take a cash prize of 20,000 naira and 3 months of Brand Drive Pro Plan license. That is so amazing.
3 months.
3 months.
It's a long time.
Even if I get 1 month free of Netflix, I'll be happy.
I'm getting married in 3 months, so I mean.
Oh, wow.
People will not clap for me.
To who? To who now?
To Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah.
I see. Anywho, let's get back to the course of the program. So the next theme for the panel is the business of technology and creativity in the digital world.
Amazing. So to moderate this session, we have our very own in-house product lead for TM Labs. Please join me, put your hands together as we welcome Richie and Garo.
Please put your hands together. This way. All right. We also have about 6 speakers on this panel. We have Kadri Salami. A round of applause for him, please. Okay, moving on. Daniel Adeniran is also here to speak on this panel. A round of applause for him. Earlier, I realized that we were wearing the same shade of, our dresses, so cheers to that. We also have Charles Isidi here to speak. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And also Undu Ekumadu. I'm so sorry if I didn't get the pronunciation of this name right. Mr. Undu Ekwomadu. Please, a round of applause for him. And we also have Lee Victor. Lee Victor, a round of applause for you. Are you here? Okay, and last but not least, we have Mimshak.
From Telesoft. Put your hands together, please, as we welcome Mimshak.
Dapper in all black, let them know.
And last but not the least, we're also having the CMO's co-founder, Piggy Vest, Mr. Joshua Chibuezi.
A round of applause. All right, remember this panel, the theme is the business of tech and creativity in the digital world.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for sticking around and staying around for so long. It seems we've taken a lot of time on the other panels, and we'll try as much as possible to make this as interesting and as impactful as possible within the time that we've been given. So, thank you. We've all heard the roles and the people we have on stage today regarding the technology industry, and we're going to be having conversations regarding tech. But before we do, I just want to say that this session is sponsored once again by BrandDrive, and what they've decided to do is that not just the winners of the 60 seconds of fame are going to go home with some cash, but also anyone here can go home with some cash. All you have to do is download the BrandDrive app and sign up, and then you can qualify for a raffle draw. The winners will be announced after this session. So please just do that, download, and you can stand a chance to win about 80,000 Naira worth of cash, or rather they're giving out 80,000 Naira worth of cash. So thank you so much for that, BrandDrive. So without wasting any time, I think I'll just get into it. I believe there are some founders here in the house. Can I get a wave? If you work in tech, generally, product manager, even if you're related, I heard that people who have POS nowadays work in tech too. So I don't know how that goes, but yeah. All right, awesome. I'm just going to dive right into it, right? In 2020, in 2020, it was reported that startup failure in Nigeria stood at around 61%. Now, I know this is very interesting because we hear a lot of tech bros, tech guys, and recently we'll be hearing layoffs, and it seems like all the money is in tech. But it's very interesting that in 2020, it was reported that 61% of startups fail. And the interesting thing about this is what this means is only 39% of startups survive. We're going to basically look at what it means to survive as a startup in Nigeria. What does it mean from the perspective of funding, scaling, operations, talent, and even the industry environment generally. And I believe that the panel we have here can do justice to some of the conversations that we'll be having. So I think my first question, right off the bat, just goes to Joshua, Mr. Joshua Chibuezi, Piggy Vest. Yes, so there's a lot of news about funding. We hear today this startup has raised $500 million. The other one has raised 100, as the case may be. And it seems like all the money is just concentrated around tech. But the interesting thing again is that it seems like all the news is coming from Lagos. Is there any way, any founders or people who are into tech in Abuja, or generally anyone, can you just give some pointers as to what makes a startup ready for funding? What determines a startup getting funded, basically, so we can prepare, basically.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Happy to be here. So, for your startup to be ready for funding, I think it has gotten harder over time. I think one of the most important things is you have to have a working product that customers use and a product that customers can always come back to. Just demonstrate some small traction and then you can go for it. But aside from that, I also think you also need a very solid team. I always say that having a very strong team solves at least 60% of your startup problem, 60 to 80% pretty much. But yeah, you need a solid product, a product that is in demand, a product that your market, there's a market for it. You're doing something, people are using the product, and there's a path to profitability or revenue or whatever it is, and then you can start to build on that to raise funding. Over the past few years, it's been very, very hard for a lot of startups to raise money because I think they're finding it very difficult to hit product market fit. So when you speak to investors, they're asking a bunch of questions. How would you scale this? What do you need to do? And you are yet to figure those answers out. And in Nigeria, we don't have access to a lot of capital. There is no patient capital in Nigeria, right? Investors in Nigeria, or I say in Africa, for instance, they want to invest and they want their returns almost immediately. So you find that, people who, it's very, very hard for normal people to actually just go and raise funding from Nigerian investors. So people look to foreign investors. But again, we are seeing some platforms like, Y Combinator and some other accelerators helping in this space. And I think it's open to everyone, not just people in Lagos. I keep hearing this Lagos thing, but I don't think it's a Lagos thing, actually. If you have a product, you can literally build a product in Abuja or Jos or Kwara or wherever it is. As long as your product has traction, customers, real customers, you raise funding from anywhere, to be very honest. So it's not really limited to Lagos or anything.
All right. Thank you so much. I think I would like someone else to maybe pitch in on that, Mr. Undu, Brand Drive, basically. Is it even right? Is it through, foreign investment? Like when you think of funding, must it come from bootstrapping and funding? Must it come from foreigners? Is it compulsory as a startup, basically, for the Nigerian climate?
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So first of all, I don't think it's necessary for you to always have foreign investments. Yes, of course, the currency helps the difference. When you think about investments, you're getting USD, maybe your operations, your expenditure, and all of the cost of service most likely is in Naira, right? So you're thinking about the advantage that gives you. Most times you want to think about the ability for you to maybe take money from foreign investors. But you also need to understand that for everything that has to do with funding, investments, there's a responsibility on the part of the founder. And you also need to understand when you need to take certain type of money or investment and at what stage you're in. So he mentioned something very interesting, which is no investor, most likely in this age, funds any ideation. Nobody funds your idea. So you have a bright idea, you want to build something really cool, you're great at engineering, but the point is nobody really cares about that. They want to see that you can take your idea and make it into a product as basic or as little as it can be, and someone can say, you know what, I don't mind paying $1, $10, 1,000 Naira, whatever it is, right, for that product. And that becomes your edge for you to be able to take more money, or whether from local investors or from foreign investors. But then as you grow, there's more need for capital, and if you feel like your local investments or local investors can't really provide that, then you have to start looking at the global scale, especially when you're trying to grow on a global scale.
All right. Thank you very much. So having a team is important. Understanding that you're going to raise funding from the start of your startup is also very, very much important. And then there's one more thing I would like to touch on, especially with regards to operations, right? And this question is for Mr. Daniel of Doc Discovery. So it's basically when it comes to talent, right? We have a talent issue, would I say, in the tech industry. And it's more or less the fact that everybody wants to work for some foreign company and earn in dollars, right? It's not something that they would necessarily want to say, I want to work for a Nigerian company. And founders find it really hard getting the talents that they need to bring those ideas that they have to life. So based on your experience, basically running a digital products company in Nigeria, how would you say you went about navigating this, or how would you propose solutions to this?
All right, thank you very much. One thing that COVID exposed us to is that a lot of organizations are starting to pivot to remote work. Some people disagree with me that remote work is the future. Some feel like hybrid workflow is the future, and some feel like the traditional way of doing things would be the right way to go. But one thing I have found with working remotely is that it gives you access to talent more than your local environment will give you. I'll give you an instance. We're in Abuja. You cannot say you hire the best person for the job if you use Abuja as a yardstick for hiring. But the best person for the job, the person who can do the job very well, might be somewhere else, not in Africa, Asia, Europe, anywhere else. So that's one thing that remote work has opened up to. Also, I'd like to touch on the fact that the next generation of workers in Nigeria, the people doing the current things, the Gen Z, they are not very easy people to work with. They can be, the Gen Z are not very easy people to work with. I've heard of stories of people just getting up one day and saying, I don't like the way my boss spoke to me, and for that reason I'm quitting my job. It happens a lot in this, but that's where the corporate culture comes in. It's very important that you grow your corporate culture in as much as you have business goals. You tailor your culture to accept or to adopt the next generation of developers, and tech is coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. I think somebody would like to add something to that, or has something contrary to say to Mr. Charles.
So I like it. While Gen Zs are interesting set of people to work with, I feel like the general narrative that they are difficult people if you look at yourself as an employer, right, it may just be you don't get it, right? And so a lot of the central things actually that we have found as ideas that we love that scale usually start from the extremes, right? And so let's take, for instance, Christianity, my closest context, right? You know, a group of people on the extremes, everybody was serving multiple gods. This guy said, we'll stick to one, right? And then that idea came to the center. I feel like when we work with Gen Zs, there's a whole lot that we can learn from their context that we don't yet have. And so I feel like the job of any leader, every employer in this room is to channel that energy in the direction of what does this mean for us? Is there something this person is saying about where we are going that we are not helping them see better, right? And so on my team, actually, I lead a team of 4, and they are at least, let's say, everybody is at least 6 years younger than I am. And then when they say, oh, we want to do this, I'm like, okay, it's 4 against 1. So you guys go and do it, because you see differently, actually. And so I feel like something that we all should learn, actually, as leaders, is that when you chart a vision, someone else way younger, can also see a different part of that vision, right? And literally take you there in the most unconventional way, or even the way that you did not think that you will eventually get hired there. So that's actually just my small contribution.
Just to touch on that too, when I said people feel Gen Z are the most difficult people to work with, it doesn't mean that is my thought, because I also have a lot of people on my team that are actually part of the Gen Z. And it's like, just to add to what you said as well, it's very interesting to see how creative they can get. They are very creative people, they are forward-thinking people. But what I would really like to drive at is that there's a way to relate with them. If you would use the way you would normally relate with people in your peer group and all of that to relate to Gen Z workers that you have, it's definitely not going to work. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Shout out to the Gen Zs in the house. I felt like you guys wanted to clap at some point. I think we have a lot here. Feel free. Yeah, right, Gen Z. I mean, it's the talk these days, right? But when it comes to talent, we have someone here who basically works at Telesofters and really works a lot with recruiting talent across the globe and also managing this talent, right? So, Mr. Mimshak, I would just like you to just maybe kind of like, balance out or give some conclusion to this debate, mini debates we just had, right? With regards to talent drainage in Nigeria generally, like how do African startups and tech innovators survive? That's basically it. And then maybe if you can shed some light on what Mr. Daniel and Mr. Charles said, that would be great too.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'd like to say a very big thank you to Elijah and the team for putting this together. I think it's really great to see a conference in Abuja, tech and media. I'm hoping this doesn't move to Lagos next year or the year after. I can already see it in Elijah's face, like Lagos is where the money is, so we're going to Lagos. But I'm very happy that this is happening here, and thank you for having me here. This is a great panel. I'm really honored to be with some of my big Elgas and Egbons on the panel. I'm going to speak briefly on funding because I spend more of my life in venture capital than I've spent in tech talent. And so for people who want to raise capital as a startup, just a couple of things to bear in mind. The first thing is nobody cares about your idea. Ideas are a dime a dozen. There are thousands of times where people come and say, will you sign an NDA before I tell you my idea? No investor will sign an NDA to hear your idea, except you have the cure for cancer or the cure for world peace, right? If you don't have any of those two solutions, nobody will sign an NDA. Ideas are a dime a dozen. Execution is king. The second thing is to realize that every investor, especially at the early stages, wants to invest in the founder or the founding team. So it's all about what have you done, what can you do, what can you execute, how can you show a track record of execution. And so that's one reason why I really hate motivational speakers that go to universities and tell people that a salary is what your employer pays you for your dream. The problem with that is you have a bunch of people come out of university with no work experience, no internship, no track record of execution, trying to start a business with no capital and trying to raise money from people who would not give you money, right? So what have you done before? Have you done a project before? Have you volunteered somewhere before? Have you led a team before? Were you head boy in your school before? Were you an SUG president? It just shows that you have the competence and the discipline to be able to do something and do it well. The next thing is structure. Lots of one-man businesses will not be able to raise capital because everything relies on the founder. The day the founder is healthy, the business is healthy. The founder falls sick, the business is sick. It's very difficult to invest in something that is not a system. So investors would typically want to invest in a team, and a well-balanced team. So a team where somebody understands technology, somebody else understands the product, somebody else understands the market, somebody knows how to raise money. Well, you have a balanced team. It's very difficult for someone to say, I'm a tech guy and I built a medical solution and you want to raise capital. Do you have a doctor on your team? No. Do you have a doctor on your advisory board? No. So how are you building a medical solution? I fall ill very often and I understand how it feels. Guess what? You won't raise money. So the point is, you need to have some level of domain experience. Investors are not domain experts in anything. Right? They've probably invested a lot in an industry and they have some context, but still they don't have the in-depth domain experience for that industry. We are hoping that you understand the industry enough to make the right decision. So having a structure is very important. The last thing is having internal governance. Internal governance shows that one person cannot just sign off all the money we invested yesterday and it's in the Bahamas today, right? We need to be sure that there are checks and balances in place that secures our money, right? So you start a startup and then you have co-founders, but you are so signatory to the account. Guess what? you won't raise money. Or if I thought they're going to give you money, you're going to have to then put the checks and balances in place, right? We need to be sure at least 2-3 signatories to the account. We need to be sure that you have a board that you answer to. If you don't have a board at that time, you will have to set up a board. So these are just a couple of really small things to take note of when you're thinking of raising capital. The last thing I'm going to add to this is you have to know the different types of capital, right? So there's equity finance, which is where most of the announcements that you hear on Tech Cabal and TechCrunch are about equity financing. So someone raised $1 million in exchange for this amount of equity. Basically what that means is that you're giving a share of your pie in exchange for money. But there are other types of financing. There is debt finance, which is you're taking a loan from a bank or from an institution that's looking to get the money back with an interest. Right? There's also what I like to call customer financing, where you actually get your customers to pre-order a product or a service ahead of time, and you use that to run your operations, right? So there are different types of finance. You need to understand your business, where you are, and the type of finance that works best for your business. This allows you then go out into the market and find the best person to invest in your business. Now to talk about talent. So sorry for taking that time, but I felt like I needed to just build like a background for those people who want to raise capital at some point in their business life cycle or journey. Yes, thanks. Yeah. In terms of talent is hard, especially in the tech space today. And it's like talent is the new oil, right? And because of the demand for tech talent, obviously driven by, first of all, the big tech companies looking now to Africa. Google just opened up an office. Before they were just marketing offices in Africa. Now they are building developer outposts in Africa, which means a friend of mine that's based in Kenya who leads one of the biggest teams in the United Nations was telling me how was it Google or Microsoft opened in Kenya and literally mopped up the whole ecosystem. And every tech person now, even founders, is working there. And startups are now struggling to find talent. So that's one. There's the influence of the global biggies. Then there's also influx of capital into Africa, which means that now there are now well-funded startups that can pay top dollar, the likes of PiggyVest, Flutterwave, Paystack, right? And so there's also that gamut of people who are looking for tech talent. And then there's you, the little guy who's trying to start a startup, and you're trying to talk to a founder, trying to talk to a tech guy, and he's like, how much do you have? And like, I have equity. Like, man, I've not met any developer in the last 2 years that wants to code for equity again. Everybody's looking for money now and looking for foreign currency. So there's all of these forces of demand sucking up talent. But then there's also, I feel that there is also a huge opportunity. Most of the tech people that I know today who are great at what they do didn't learn it in any school. They didn't learn it in school. They learned it by themselves by just sheer grades. They learned it with videos here and there. What does this say? This says that if more people are involved in this, we actually can build more tech talent. So instead of thinking about it from the harvesting point of view, right, where we are all looking for and scrambling for the talent that is in the market, how about you being a part of the supply of talent, right? Being able to then grow your own talent. I'm saying this because there's a time in my previous life in Ventures Platform where Ventures Platform we're doing something really unique at the time. We're early stage investors, but beyond that, we're also running incubation acceleration programs, and we're really rethinking acceleration. Before Ventures, there were no successful accelerators in the country. So there was nobody to poach from. There was nobody that had experience in acceleration to go and steal talent from, right? So there was nobody that there was no experience. So we had to grow talent from scratch. So we started an internship program from zero, people that just were smart. And we said, okay, if you're smart, if you're enthusiastic, if you're driven, come in. And then we had to build a whole academy within the organization to train people that we could end up using. And guess what? Those people became solid pillars. Today, they're solid pillars in the ecosystem. They're working in CC Hub. They're working in different accelerator organizations. They're working at even up with Google. But we had to do something. We had to be deliberate about building talent. So I think in terms of whether there's a supply or demand, definitely there is a dearth of talent globally. It's not a Nigerian thing. But then there is also the opportunity because we have a lot of people. We have 200 million people, lots of young people, right? It means that there's an opportunity for us to grow that talent and be able to utilize that talent.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Can we have a round of applause for that, please? I felt like that was very, very impactful. I was taking a lot of notes. I've just mentioned 3 things that I hope you don't leave this place without. So investors don't have domain expertise. Get domain expertise on your board. Understand equity financing and the different types of it, and go beyond your idea. also look towards growing talent with regards to talent issues, basically. And that's where Gen Z is coming in. Just right there. So yeah, the next question would be for Mr. Charles Sidi, our great expert, right? So when it comes to the whole idea of scaling startups, moving them, from the ideation phase, getting your funding in, growing the startup and all, there comes that time where you have to question to scale or not to scale. So when is the right time for startups to scale, right? And what determines readiness for scale? Good marketing.
Okay. So something Dr. Shife once said to me, the business of business is business, right? Very odd quote. It took a long time to explain it, right? Basically, when you were in primary school, they told you selling price minus cost price, right? I feel like we've gotten to that place in the startup ecosystem where as everyone has spoken about funding, right? We see funding as validation, and that's true, right? But at the end of the day, the business of business is business. And so if I sell a product and I subtract what it took me to sell that product, it should be a net positive, right? Maybe not a net positive in the beginning, right? But then as it goes, you say, okay, I have a long-term plan. I'm going to keep this thing out for free, right? And all of that. But to answer your question, when you start a startup, your first thinking is, how do I sell this quickly? Why? Because think of a startup as a fast business. So leveraging technology to run, right? And so, for instance, what's one of the big businesses in Abuja? Let's say, let's say MH Medics, right? They have to build a brand name over a long time. People like them, they go into the store, they actually come out and all that, right? But then, if you were to build that business as a tech business, you would think, okay, how do I make sure that people buy 1,000 things, right? Or 10,000 things? How do I leverage technology to reduce all of the costs actually to do all that? So when you're going from 1 to 100, it's probably going to be the easiest thing, right? You'd speak to your dad would post it on his WhatsApp status, hey, my son has started his startup, right? And then your friends go and sign up, and all that. And then when you now say, okay, I want to go from 1,000 to 1 million, the math
is no math.
Yeah, it's no longer your father's WhatsApp status, right? And so how do you think about these things, partnerships and collaborations? I will start like this. Examples, I'll put the examples in your faces. I know that when we talked about who was in tech, not a lot of people raised their hands. But I'm really keen to speak to the few that did. So if you're looking to scale your startup, think in terms of partnerships, because everybody's moving really quickly, right? And so example would be Jumia Pay, right? What do you think is Jumia's core business? You think e-commerce, right, and all that buy now, billboard, right, and all of that. But I sat down to think about it, and I realized that in the last 2 years, Jumia's business has been logistics, right? Like, they've literally said, okay, how do we partner with every smaller logistics part? So if you notice, the person who delivers your item is usually not a Jumia branded truck anymore. Why? They realize that if we decide to go this route, right, we stretch everybody on operations, right, and not scale. So partnerships. Also, they thought Jumia Pay, right? Everybody was going to pay anyway. And then they said, how do we drive adoption for Jumia Pay? And so they put Jumia Pay into the product ecosystem, such that even if your transactions are just going to go through it and you don't care about who is actually paying, they are going to show investors that, oh, CEO,
even though this payment went through Pay Stack, it also went through us, right? That's another way to actually think about that. Also, when you think growth as well, right, at scale, you should think, how do I sell within? By that I mean, how do you take your product from this market into another one? Because a lot of the time, I've seen startups struggle with growth here, and then they actually bring it to a meeting, and I'm like, oh, I've seen this happen in Kenya, and it's very good, and there are not a lot of players. Why not just go there, right? And so your endless struggle for growth, trying to run ads, may just be a problem that you need to solve in another market, right? Also, the way we think about value, again, on the collaboration bit of things, we always want to solve for every problem in our business, right? And so if you think, oh, what minute value can I provide in this industry that will support that industry, that will get me paid, because ultimately you need to get paid, or else your employees are going to drag you online, as they have been doing a lot actually recently.
Shout out to a certain generation.
Yeah, and so understanding that at the end of the day, what pays the bills is the money, and not how pristine your idea goes to market and survives, right? I will give you an example. Black Bell. I stayed in Lagos for like 3 years, right? I like Black Bell. So it's a restaurant. And so I started thinking, oh, these guys must really be making a killing. And so I asked my boss one day that, what does he think they do? And then he said, oh, that for this store I see that they just opened this year, they had been catering for weddings for 10 years. And so sometimes the way you think your business will make money and the way it eventually makes money may be two different things. And you have to think about that like a businessman. So you've created a product. You want people to go and download an app and do a certain thing and actually pay you. Let's say you create an event app for an event like this, right? And then you have pitched, nobody has really tried to pay you anything, right? Have you thought, who is struggling with events that I can take this, white label it, put it in their ecosystem and say, Teko, use it for 3 months. If you like it, right, or you think that this has actually changed your business, pay me, right? And so while you are thinking, oh, the way I'm going to go to market with this thing and scale is going to be, I'm going to tell people to go and download my app. No, like, there are alternative ways. Something I liked from World War II history, I'm sorry I'm actually taking the time, it's that no plan survives enemy contact, right? So for the D-Day landings, there's over a textbook high of all the scenarios that they thought that they were going to meet when they land at the beach. And then when the guys got there, they just realized, oh, well, just start to shoot. Right? Yeah, like just open fire, right? And so I think that when it's good to plan, right, and say, okay, this is how I'm going to take this product to market, this is how I'm going to win, but then evolve. For instance, in Kenya, there's a player called M-Pesa, right? I love M-Pesa because they are very territorial about Kenya, my God. And so if you think, oh, I'm just a smart guy, I'm going to take an app to Kenya because there's a huge population, you've done your studies, you probably not survive more than a month. No real payment player from Nigeria says, oh, I am just going to go and challenge them there, right? And so, like, think about the market. What you sell in market A may not be what you sell in market B, right? And so, like, just think about it as business. Selling price minus cost price is still primary.
And there must be a profit.
Exactly. It's still primary.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Charles. Thank you for that. Understanding scaling when you start and then when you're trying to expand into new markets, and trying to grow a market from, 1 to 100 is different from growing it from 100 to 1,000, is different from 1,000 to 1 million. And you can always leverage collaborations and partnerships for that. Yeah. So thank you so much. I would just want us to we have a task. This panel has a task before we go, right? Before we came on stage, 2 people came up and they pitched some really awesome ideas. And we're supposed to vote on who the winner of that 60 seconds of fame is, right? And the interesting thing is that we've touched on some really interesting topics here that will determine success for anybody trying to pitch an idea, right? So basically, I would just want everyone to maybe pick which one they thought was the winner. I think the first one was Gova, right? And the second one was I didn't get the name, but it was an wedding event management platform, right? Oh, should they pitch again? Can we remember? Yeah, we can remember. Can everyone remember, please? All right, awesome. So Gova and then the wedding event management platform. So we just need to vote on who that is. So I think I'll just start with from my left, Charles. If you can just say who you pick as the winner of that.
I'll say, okay, I have to vote for one.
Yes, please.
Why can't I vote for
No, there has to be a winner.
Okay, so I'll pick Gova. Reason, it is playing in a market that is not yet saturated.
Yeah.
And small advice, they need to run.
So yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Dan. Yeah,
Gova.
All right.
Gova.
Okay, I think we have a winner already.
I feel like I need to be the only one to say something as well. Unfortunately, Gova still.
Flat out.
Gova still.
Gova. All right. So Gova. Okay, he hasn't voted.
I actually don't have anyone. I have my reasons.
Okay.
So for the Gova, it sounds very interesting on paper, but I'd like to know more. Like, what is the exact product that you're selling? Yes, people should be able to make payments with their faces or whatever it is, but what exactly is the product? What are people going to use? The wedding management app, is very, very tricky because you have to. There's a lot of things that you need to solve for, right? So why should vendors come to your app? How does it work today? The person who is trying to get married, they want to outsource the stress of planning the wedding. You're telling them to download an app to plan their wedding. I think it's going to be very tricky. So there's a lot of things that you need to figure out there. It's most likely going to be an agency business where they come to you and you help them plan their wedding. So you can plan a lot of weddings. That's great. But building an app to tell people to, plan their own weddings, I think is going to be a problem. For the Gova, I think I'll just go with Gova.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Are we getting questions from the audience? Do we have a question? Sorry, is there a mic? But I think we know our winner already. That's a flat out win, straight up. So Gova, congratulations to Gova. They are the winners of the 60 seconds of fame challenge that we had earlier on before this panel. And what they've basically won, the announcers said earlier on, is a 20,000 naira cash, provided that they download and sign up on the Brand Drive platform. And they've also won 3 months worth of, licensing on the Pro plan for Brand Drive. But before this panel goes, we said we're going to give out some cash prizes to people who download and sign up on the Brand Drive application. If anybody did that, basically, we'll be announcing the winners now. Do we have the winners here yet? Do we have the winners yet? All right. Okay, so I'll just call on the product marketer for Brand Drive to come on stage, Mr. Daniel Boye, and announce who those winners are. Immediately they're announced, you can just go to the back, the registration point, and there will be a Brand Drive staff there to put you through and get you your cash. So, Mr. Daniel Boye, come on stage. A round of applause, please, for him. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. So, in 20 seconds, I would just like to tell you what Brand Drive is all about. Now, imagine your business being in a computer and you having full power of what happens in your business. Imagine a system that tells you how your business is going and where you can actually make money in real time, anywhere from any device all over the world. Now imagine a system that tells you your competitor is actually making money, but not telling you how you are making money, but can tell you what to do to make money. That's Brand Drive in 20 seconds. So a few people downloaded Brand Drive, and we have 4 winners. Can we have the winners on screen? Okay, not yet. Okay, so I'll mention their names right here. So first person on the list, your username is Neo Smiles. Neo Smiles. Okay?
All right.
Congratulations, you just won 20,000 naira.
All right. So you can just announce the names and then read them at the back.
Okay, fine. Second person, Ken Kings. K-E-N, Kings. He stepped out. Okay. Alpha the Great. Okay. Ewoma, sorry. E-W-O-M-W-O-M-A. Okay. Okay. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So the winners can just step aside and you'll see Brand Drive staff. You can meet Boye or you can meet Benga. They're at the back and they'll sort you out real nice. So thank you so much for everyone who spoke today. Thank you so much, everyone, from Charles to Mr. Mimshak to Mr. Daniel, Mr. Undu, and Mr. Joshua Chibuze. Thank you so much for sharing. I hope we've all learned a lot today. We've come to the end of the business of tech, and I hope you leave here better than you came. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. A round of applause again for the business of technology. I'm sure. Round of applause, please. Thank you. I'm sure you gained a lot from it, and trust me, there's still a lot we have in store, but we'll run through it because of time. All right, so for the next panel session, we're going to have somebody come on that he's been on already, but we're going to have to bring him back. We're going to be talking about the business of content production. And trust me, I think it's a space that a lot of us would gain from, even if you belong to maybe just tech, or you feel you belong to maybe just design. It's something that everybody needs to know at least their way around. So you know how to charge the cost of your personal brand or your corporate brand, as the case may be. So to moderate this session, he has already come up before, but if you would put your hands together, I'm sure he would like to come back in again. So please put your hands together as I welcome film producer, Mr. Kurisode. All right. So for the speakers on this panel, please join me, put your hands together as we welcome movie actor, Mr. Uzi Usman. Put your hands together, please. All right, for our next speaker, please put your hands together as I welcome to the stage Mr. Samson of Zines Media. Please hands together. Thank you. Okay, on this panel session, we also have Mr. Yinka Obebe, CEO Pop Central, all the way from Lagos. Please put your hands together for him. Mr. Yinka actually wrote a book, Move, Let's Go to Lagos. You should grab a copy. It's an amazing book. All right. For the last person on this panel session, we have Mr. Ikechi Ugoeje. Hands together, please. Ladies and gentlemen, your business of content production. Mr. Chris, please take it away.
Do we want to come closer? Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me again. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we sleeping? Let's shake it off a little now. Too much information, right? Too much, what do you call it? Constipation of. But I think I have a great panel here. Can you help me give them another round of applause? Great guys. You guys are giants in this field, so get your notepads ready to. They've sent me 3 warnings already about my time, so let me just get to it. So we're here to discuss content creation, talk about TV, film, and all of that. And the first question, I want to throw it at Mr. Yinka. Yes. So because it's a very interesting question, and I think it continues from where we stopped at my own panel earlier. It says, from your experience, how do you know that a story idea is marketable? And just to give a bit of a background on the context to this question. When I was speaking earlier, I said that a lot of people express their art, and they don't care if people want to consume the art or not. So you can't force me to buy what I don't want to buy. You know, if you're going to do stuff, I need to. So, but the question then is, how do I ensure that this idea that I have that's exciting me will excite the world? So how do I make it marketable, Mr. Inka?
Okay, thank you for your question. This thing is in 2 ways. First of all, the people that actually really change the world, maybe through content or whatever it is, oftentimes don't ask the world for their opinion, and I think it's something we should get used to. When it becomes a corporation and it becomes a serious structure, we're now going to start throwing numbers around because we've done it already, and we see that, oh, it works this way, it works that way, if you get what I mean. So on that one end, I said something earlier as well, you shouldn't be too rigid with the numbers. What you want to post on Instagram or wherever, post it. I mean, you will tell by yourself that, okay, people like these things or they don't or something. Now, on the other end of it is the serious business of it, where the numbers come to play. Sometimes you can tell that there's a need somewhere, and people need to listen to this, people need to watch this. Yeah, you can, create those kind of things, But if I'll tell you where I want to stand. I started out as a creative and morphed into a business person, but I realized that for me to be exceptional as a business person, I needed to go back and rely on my creative person, because being a business person is about being creative. Forget about those numbers, long board meetings, fancy suits, and all of those things. It's somebody just gets this idea, and you feel convinced about it, and you go for it. Look at some of the most eccentric leaders in the industry generally. Look at an Elon Musk, for instance. I mean, I'm sure all of you, you see a lot, you know a lot about him than he probably knows about himself. But he's someone that is very convinced and thinks that this can go this way, and he has to be stupid enough. But some of us are just we're too proud to be wrong. So you want to get it right, and because you want to get it right, you never try it. So I think if you're completely convinced that something would work, you need to go out there, and actually try it. Sometimes you will never know if it will work or not. And I'm glad the guys from PiggyVest are here. The first time I heard about them, I didn't know anything about them. I just, PiggyVest, Piggy, Colo Box, and everything. And I think they thought that people should want to save their money somewhere. I don't know if you're going to tell me now that you guys looked at one chart and the thing was a great chart and the numbers are just great, and you said, you know what, let's go for it. YouTube was, people posted all kinds of funny stuff on it until they realized that the numbers were telling them that the things that people posted, that people liked the most, were well-produced stuff. This was something they discovered about 6 years ago, and they now started encouraging people by doing masterclass and saying, it'd be like saying, narrating people they watch for this. You know what I mean? So with us personally, I round up in this, we did something recently last year did a show. It was called The Rush. Quite a big show. We put a lot of money in it. If I tell you how much we put in it, you'll be a little bit scared, and you might think, is this guy really smart? Should I listen to him? After he has put this amount of money on the table to do this thing. Long and short, we spent about 200 million or more on this thing, and we didn't have any sponsors. We reached out to everybody. I've been in the industry forever, not forever, 10, 15 years. I talked to everybody that I could talk to. Yeah, you know. The brands, really, to be frank, let me tell you the truth, they really don't care about your content. They just want the numbers that your content can generate, which is why you see them quickly gravitating to somebody that is exhibiting their life on Instagram. And things are just, so they want to put, all the attention and drive that. Now, we did that. We didn't make money from that. But that simple approach had put us in rooms. I think I mentioned the rush to Chuka. And yeah, exactly. It has now put us in rooms from that day. And there are some conversations we're now having that if those conversation goes in the way we want it to go, we're going to make a lot of money.
Sorry, Mr. Inka, I want to stay with you. But how much damage do you have to get before it works? Because 200 million exposure, it's kind of a lot. Yes, it's put you in rooms, but you need to be alive to be in the room.
Okay, so the good answer to that is that where it appears we did not die after it.
We don't die anyways.
We don't owe anybody our staff. Not one person is owed a salary. Diesel is still running 24 hours. This year, we even launched a brand new show. Wow. Don't forget that the big boys, the big brother guys, now the difference between it is this. Sometimes you want to do some things like some people, right? They need to understand that it's not a game of popularity. That's one of the biggest problems people have. We have the same capacity and capability, if I may sell myself and ourselves, as the entire MultiChoice has. And they know it. That's why they give us a channel in the first place. That's why they invite us to their showcase every time, because we're just like a mini version of them with a small team. So you need to understand what so it's not about damage. If we had died now, you'd have been like, oh, that was like what I said earlier. I said, smart work is a lie. It is when you succeed that you're smart. When you don't succeed, then you're not smart. But if you did succeed, but then I may not have made money from that now, but the rooms have opened. News people have started believing in us. Even us, we have believed in ourselves. So you need to know that it will not necessarily be a hit and miss. And I think Emma has said something which is so profound. Olamide is such a beast because he just keeps putting the work out there. There's a girl recently that did some poem. I don't know about languages. Her name is Harvey. Yeah. And she was all over. Don Jazzy posted her and everything. She's like our baby at Pop Central in a way. So what I said to her, I said, babe, you need to now start working. Because you're going to go for all these interviews. You're going to do all of these things. You need to now start writing as many as possible. Start dropping it. Don't overthink it. It looks like you have some grace. Because that's something you need to understand, that we're all not going to become super rich billionaires. Let's not lie. There's going to be one whiz kid. It's because of social media that makes you think people are making money online. It's a lie. There are not that many people. How many of you here are making money online? Raise up your hand. If you have made $1 million online, raise up your hand. Honestly. So you think this thing is everywhere. It's not everywhere. It's not that true. But you might get a job in content somewhere that makes money and makes you, it's not a popularity contest. Never try to do that. Never try to be in front and everybody sees you and says, oh, no, it doesn't. The people that pay the piper, like they said, how do they say it? Yeah, you don't know them. You don't know them.
Great. So I'll come to Uzi, because I want to take that question to Phil. Now, I have a list of questions here, but I want to make it as natural as possible. I'll take AY as case study here. He makes a lot of films. But there's this dichotomy. There's this filmmaker, film for profit. It's confusing. Don't old, new Nollywood, old Nollywood, neo. There's even NEO, neo Nollywood as the blend of the old. Just tell me a bloody story and let all of us rest. Now, people create films to make profit. And some people lash them and say you're not a proper filmmaker because you're just chasing money. Then people do art house, films for film noir, it looks nice, but you go broke. They will say this one doesn't know how to do business. This is in relation to what I just asked Mr. Yinka. What do you think about all of that? Do you think, as far as you make a film, you're a filmmaker, or do you think you need to find your own side and just stay there?
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Uzi Usman. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Award-winning filmmaker.
Okay, a quick one, yeah. So, the way I learned film from people like Tadio Gidon and co is you have to make sure as a filmmaker you're passing a message. Somebody must take something home. It's extremely important. Then the new generation also, you can't go out there and look for an investor and tell the investor that I want to make people take something home and I'm not going to give your money back. They're going back to the village with police. So you must know how to balance it. The new generation that we are, and that's the reason why people like AY, people like you know, Charles of Play, people like Fame One could find a balance in terms of giving the current audience what they want to watch. They don't want to take anything home. They don't have that time. They want fast pace. They want in 50 minutes. You need to tell them the reason why they're watching this film. You understand? So, and the old producers, the old filmmakers, the old actors who are now majorly producers still see majority of films coming out in the cinemas as non-professional, and they fail to realize that the Gen Zs, the millennials, they don't have time. So that's the reason why you must strike a balance. I understand what he's saying earlier concerning he made a show for 200 million and he couldn't make the money and he's continuing. No. You must know your target audience. You must know your target audience and you must strike a balance in terms of feeding them what they want for you to gain what you want. Especially if you are getting money from the bank, especially if you are getting money from individuals who just want interest. So you must know how to strike a balance in feeding the audience, the target audience, what they want at the right time, and also making profits.
Great, great. I think we need a round of applause. Let's clap for the panel now. Clap for Mr. Yinka, clap for Mr. Uzi. I'm going to come to Mr. Ihechi, my friend. I'm meeting for the first time. We've been friends for a bit. We're just meeting. Now, film profitability or content profitability. When you're creating a budget for any piece, you just change the number of days and your total can go from 2 million to 20 million to 200 million, you know. And what we've discovered in Nollywood or in Nigeria is that people shoot these things for less days. So you hear people say, I want to shoot a film in 6 days because they're trying to compress. So you shoot 70 scenes in a day, trying to... What impact does this make on the quality of the film? That is one. Okay, don't answer that first before I go to the next one.
Okay, of course you know that there are several things you can't play with when it comes to production. One is time. If something is meant to take 10 hours, if you work hard, it will take 9, 8 hours.
should be the most important thing to you? Priority, top priority. Is it the profit you make at the end of the day or the quality of work you deliver?
I think, good evening, everyone. I think for me, quality is very, very important. I'll give you an instance. Myself and Mr. Mika were talking the other time outside, and I was trying to make a point, from his own channels and from his own channel,
Pop Central,
and other channels. There's this perspective we normally have, most especially when it has to do with digital production. I'm not saying the content is not important. I'll give you an instance. If you tune from Super Sports HD and NTA, even when what they are saying on NTA is important to you, sometimes you just feel lose mood.
Out of mood.
Just take it out. If you don't love sports, for somebody like me, I'm not that a fan of football.
Wow.
But just because of the graphics, just because of the quality, the aspect ratio, the resolution and everything, you're just like, okay, so this is Arsenal, this is on a lighter note, this is Man U and whatever. So quality is very, very important. That is why you see some of our actors or some of our producers spending more money on getting better equipment, even when their stories are not that of a quality content. They spend more money. I'm not saying the content is not important, because the content will make the content, or the content will make the movie last longer than the quality of what you see. But the first impression is, I like this, this is nice. So you pay more attention to details by adding value through the content, the quality of the content. If you're doing something for the first time, you're like, okay, the story is not that, for me, this is good. You just have this mentality that, okay, probably because this is the first one, people can tend to like, okay, but somebody is shooting on probably 720 by 576 and doing 4:3. He's not even taking over the whole of the screen. Would you like, okay, and I like this content, though the quality is not, okay, I will wait. No. Sometimes the quality of the content will make you go far. Okay, maybe something will be interesting about this movie after all. Or something. 2 movies came out last month on Netflix. I won't mention the movies. The first one...
You mentioned it already. There were only 2 that came out last.
Yeah. So, the money spent on awareness for the last one that came out was so big, so huge, that people were expectant. But when the movie came out, people were like, okay, yeah.
Sorry, but in your terms,
yes,
that movie you don't want to mention, tick all the boxes you mentioned, the resolution, the aspect ratios.
Yes.
So what was the main in it?
Now, I'm just trying to differentiate between understanding the quality of the content, or paying attention to the content, and paying attention to the quality of the content. Yeah, people just watched it because they're like, okay, this is nice. Then because of the producer, executive producer, the person likes to spend money on movies. I just want to mention he or she. So
I wonder what they say about me. Now I'm getting worried. Likes to spend money.
I'm not saying that's my own personal opinion. I'm just saying that paying more attention to quality of the content will attract people. That's why sometimes you go to some banks. Please, just permit me to just use this example again. You go to some banks, they pay more attention to quality of, even when you're on the queue, you still tend to like, okay, this is good. Example, GT Bank. Most of their content, they are always HD. There's another bank, they might have better quality, better content than this, but just because the quality is not there, you just feel like, okay. But what I'm trying to say is pay more attention to the quality of the content. Then you can now think about the content itself. We can do better with this, we can do better with that.
But the question is, so profit, if the quality is going to cost you profit, let me give an example.
Okay.
I make a movie for 10 million naira.
Okay.
And that movie can give me 25 million naira profit. But if I make that same movie for 35 million naira, it means I'm literally just going to get my investment back at the end of the day. make that movie for 50 million, and it's going to be at a loss of 15 million. So should I go for 10 million naira production, or 35 million naira production, or 50 million, which is profit, nothing, and loss? Which one should I go for?
Okay, let me give you another example. If you check
No,
out
it was a
Netflix,
question, actually.
yes. That's why I'm going back to that. For Netflix now, they have specification. So, for instance, you're going for so millions of naira. With the quality of what they want, you might not be able to achieve it. So, it's a no-no for them. So, which means you are boxed up somehow to, okay, streamline where you want to spread your content, how you want to distribute your content, just because of your budget. But for somebody going all the way, they just believe that, oh, okay, just add this, add that, even when the quality, when the content is not that deep. But just because you are spending more money, it's you know.
Right, so I get you. All right.
I think it's about, you ask yourself, why am I making this movie? Our brother that burns 200 million, he's proud of it.
Named on this group.
He's proud of
Mr.
it.
Yinka.
Mr. Yinka. He's proud of it because of the why. He knows there's a reason, and he can now start telling you the benefits. Okay, I didn't make money, but we got the connections. We got this, we got that. So sometimes you can be at a loss financially, but you're gaining experience. You're gaining connections and networks. So I think it's the why. Why are you making the movie? Why are you creating that content? If the why permits, then you can afford to lose money. If the why doesn't permit for you, you can decide.
It's okay to make a film and lose money.
It's okay if you're gaining other things. It's okay to make content that the quality it's not, depending on the why. Where do you want to stream it? Where do you want to distribute the content? And based on that, you may not bother. Look at the guy in Atlanta, what's his name now? Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry's movies, on a good day, it's not Hollywood standard, like you would say. But he knows his audience. And he goes for them. He's making he's cashing out, So it just depends on why. Whatever you want to do, ask yourself, why am I doing this? That will now determine your question of quality versus profit.
Great. So I want to just jump back to Mr. Yinka. I want to ask a question. Because I want to come for, I don't see a lot of actors here, so I'll come back to you for a question for actors. But how would you define a successful TV or film producer, content business person? Is it in the quality of work they churn out, or is it in the amount of wealth they create? This is a honest question, because we have young people here who want to know, why are we here? Is it because we've made money, or is it because we've made things that will outlive us?
Okay, so I think to answer that, what my brother said now, and when he said, oh, my brother burnt money, somebody laughed like but you see this embarrassment, if it is what it is why some people will never do anything. Because you don't want to be put on a scale and said to, oh, you burnt money. Like, do you get what I mean? Now, once you go beyond that point, because you can see how he ended what he was talking about. It wasn't a job, it wasn't anything. He just, but you see, that's the person that's looking at you face to face. Somebody else is going to be in some other corner and saying, oh, that's a very horrible guy. Now, the fact is that what we spend 200 million on, the actual budget is about 600 million. If you've worked with brands, agencies, you know what I'm talking about. A reality show, we kept people in the house for 60 days. Top-notch production, everything. If a brand had come on that thing, I wouldn't have collected anything less than 500-600 million. In fairness, I'm talking about Chuka here because we're talking about it on Foy, and he wanted us to break it into 50 million. That was what you said. Then we'll take the money. Some people offered us some things, but I said, you know what? I'm not interested. I'm going to go ahead and use a know-how to spend that money and get it done. So half the money you see people quote around sometimes, a lot is going into budget for discussion of idea. Before you go into budget for viewing the first cut, second cut. So let's not go there. So to your question straight, which I think I've answered already, I think it goes back to somebody, a very respected big brother of mine, you might know him, Kelechi Amadi, that he said, and I always quote him. He literally introduced me to Lagos. So, I mean, he's Igbo, but he's as good as my brother. He said, Inka, he did our photo shoot, by the way. I won't tell you how much he charged, but he charged good money, and we paid that money. He said, Inka, I like the way, if you're familiar with Kelechi, you see this energy. He said, I like the way you're doing all this, your ideas. You know, it looks as if you don't even care about the world or whatever anybody is. You're just going, and I can see how you're going up. You know, and you see, my thinking about this thing is this. What if Americans just drop a bomb and blew the whole of Africa? What would you say you have lived your life for? He said, but someone like you, if they throw the bomb today, you'll be glad. It's not a big deal. So what he's trying to say in essence is that, first of all, what are you living for? Your conscience is where you are, is there. Forget about this whole money thing. How many cars are you going to buy? How many houses are you going to build? Your conscience is there. You know, we're not saying try and be a good guy, try and be a whatever guy. Sometimes people will say, oh, that guy is so smart, he did that show, and the movie he doesn't want to talk about. I will also not talk about it. But there was one that was really well done. The stories are great. And there's another one that when it came out, they were apologizing for the story being not for the right audience, and it's written by a professor or something, you know. So, I mean, at the end of the day, when you look at those two things, you find out that I'm not going to blame her. She thought she needed to tell that story, and she told that story. And remember, there's something they call brand equity. Around here, we don't understand building brand equity. That is why we try to invest in people, and we give them money and tell them to give us money back in 12 months. Do you want them to go and steal? It doesn't make sense. So if you say we should tell the younger audience the truth is half the guys that got the funds have no idea what you're doing, and they think it's a money doubling scheme. And you are just the guy that will make it happen. They want magic. And this money that you're going to get, once you give them the profit, they're just going to buy a couple of houses and start renting it out.
Sometimes watches.
And watches, Rolex, you know. But you that want to set up something, I don't know why TMCon doesn't happen every other quarter, because these conversations are inexhaustible. I can sit down with you here for a whole week dissecting my short time, and you will learn too much for what you need. I will mention somebody else, another big older bro of mine. I don't know if you know him, Sound City, Tajuddin Adekpetu. Very quiet guy. You don't see him talk. He will never, if you invite him here, he will not even come. But these guys have such a repository of knowledge. These guys have built media brands that competed with the best of anybody else. And there is what they know, and they had their era. These guys recently invested in so much screens and everything so that they could have shows every December. Billions. Where did they get the money? You will find out. But it's because they've been in the industry long enough to understand where it's going to. So what I'm just going to say is that should you create wealth, should you create whatever, number one, don't go hungry. First, don't go hungry. Whatever you do, because when you're hungry, you can't think. You can't do anything. Try and have a roof over your head. If you are going from your boyfriend's house to your something's house, you will not be creative. You will not really have a lot of sense, right? Now, once you take care of that side, then you now want to say, what would I do that makes me? Because don't get it wrong. People get paid for what they love doing. And what you love doing doesn't mean it's easy. For instance, creative business is not a job for dropouts. It's not a place where when you don't see anything that you can do, then you can now come and sit down and try and be creative. No, that's not what it is. Because this is not a 9-to-5 job. This is a 24-hour job. Ask my people, I call them at 12 a.m. I call them at 5 a.m. We do some meetings at 5 a.m. Do you understand? So you can actually get paid for what you enjoy doing. and what you do well. There's two different things, what you enjoy doing and what you do well. Later in life, those two things become one. I'm going to quote the Bible without any apology. It says that he asked the Lord to establish the works of my hands upon me and establish me upon the works of my hands. Those two things come together. You know? So I would say in closing, make content that you think is worthwhile. Even if you don't make any money, then you try again. Then you try again. I like Elon Musk so much, 44 billion on Twitter. How much is really Twitter worth? But now when you start making the math, this guy is going to become a trillionaire very soon because he knows stuff that you don't know. You know the best move? You may not agree with me. He has cut down more than half of the people that are there. I'm not saying people should lose their jobs. There was a time I did an audit in my office as well. I brought a consultant in and they did, and I sat down. Some people were doing 2 hours of work in a week. And you think you can do that in a creative place. Most corporates are just so monstrous because of lack of efficiency. You understand? So I would say, bro, make the kind of content you want to make. People may not understand the story you're telling now. Maybe tomorrow they will understand it. But if you know how to make the quick buck, of course, make that quick buck. Because upcoming artists now, for instance, this is a very good example. Some artists think they know how to make popular music, right? So they will do the, jupa, they will do it, and nobody will listen to it. But you are supposed to be smart doing that now. Then suddenly from nowhere, Ashake comes with an anthem. Burna Boy comes with an almost ununderstandable fusion of music. Zlatan comes and shouts all over the place. And you want to talk down on him? No, you can't. He created something new. And you took it. You didn't know you wanted it. If we go all around to ask people what they want, we will never do anything. We're building 2 apps now. We're not talking about it because it's not yet ready. And I learned a lot from the guys here because they say, if you don't build it and it works, nobody will put money. Right? Now, will it work? Will it not work? I don't have time to discuss that with you or anybody. And you shouldn't give your time for anybody to have those kind of conversations. Armchair CEOs in big corporates are the ones that do that. Do you know there's some billionaires that have made so much money being founders that the moment their company is about to scale to become so big, they leave it and go and start a startup. That's where the fun is, guys. That's where the fun is, not in those long boardroom and everything. It's not fun. It's dry. I need to stop.
Thank you so much, thank you. So we're out of time, but I want to ask a question about actors. So there's this challenge, this influencers versus performers that is ongoing. So I think I'm talented, I'm interested in the industry, I want to become an actor like Uzi, I want to stand on AMA Awards stage or AMGC stage. But am I supposed to focus on my content creation on my page and make sure I have followers, yada, yada, yada? Or do I focus on my art and make sure I'm a good performer and hope that one day a powerful director or producer will find me and give me the role? How would you advise? And how do you think the growth in the industry should be? Is it growing your performance strength or growing your popularity and acceptance?
Okay. Again, because I'm a politician, again, you need to understand your target audience. What works for Mr. A might not work for Mr. B. I want to say this, a little out of what he said. I'll give example with African audience. There's a lady called Mary Remy. She owns Rock TV. She started as an actress. In short, she has been playing workapas all her life, majorly supporting role. And then she discovered that she need to do what we call tell our story to African audience. She's not bringing out great cinematography in terms of pushing content out there, but she created Rock with some few key people, producers, and those producers that she created Rock with is, before you produce film, she will tell you, submit your story, your script. She brought some few people from London. They were examining your script. If your script is not what Nigerian, especially Nigerian local audience cannot relate to, they are not going to commission you. They are not going to buy your film. She started like, I think 5, 6 years ago. Gradually, Rock is a household name today. They paid her in millions of euros, Canada Plus, to produce 500 content every year so that they can distribute in the entire Europe. Millions of euros. Because you know why she succeeded in few years? Because she understands a target audience. Nollywood, African, Nigerian, we are too many to the people who really put focus on cinematography and the serene are the high class people and the middle class people. And if you can target the low class people who just want to relate the story of what is happening to them, you will cash out. Seriously. There's somebody called Uche Mbonabo. The reason why I'm saying, before I ask your answer, go back to your actor story. I really need to balance this a little bit. There's somebody called Uche Mbonabo. He's the owner of 1 and 2 productions. He just came into Abuja. He has conquered Africa. He only distributes on YouTube. Guys, he's one of the richest filmmakers in Nigeria as I'm talking to you. I'm not kidding. His name is Uche Mbonabo. He's the owner of 1 and 2 productions. He has houses in Ghana. As I'm talking to you, he's filming in Senegal and Benin, French movies. He has production houses in Enugu, Asaba, Lagos. He just came into Abuja. He's shooting 5 productions as I'm talking to you right now in Abuja. All these movies are being uploaded on YouTube. Only. And whether we like it or not, he's cashing out, he's making numbers, he's making, in short, international audience are watching his films more than the numbers that a Netflix person would upload. Because of what? Because of storytelling. The person they don't want to mention is Mo Abudu. The other person they don't want to mention is Kunle Afolayan. I'm Kunle Afolayan's very close friend, he's my boss. I was at his premiere. When those 2 movies, those are huge two movies for the year that is supposed to represent Nigeria globally because it's a Netflix original. They are going to show it around the world. I have watched some independent filmmakers film on Netflix that they didn't buy too well. I know them. I know the money they bought their films. But trust me, guys, I'll call like 3 films, 3 names. Go and watch it. You beat your chest that those films are way better than those films they commission as original. In terms of storytelling, in terms of capacity, a little bit, because okay, maybe they're not up to the standard where Mo or Kunle Afolayan can fix in money in terms of production value and cinematography and all that. So, story matters a lot for African audience. We need to understand this. No matter how great you shoot your film, no matter how deep, no matter how big you brought, in short, you brought all the American people to shoot your film, and if you don't have story, trust me, it won't last for long. But if you do low, okay, typical example, go all the hotels in Nigeria, all the hotels, including Transcorp, including Eco Hotel everywhere, there's African Magic Epic. Why?
I want to ask that question one day. Why?
It's because of storytelling.
Are you sure it's not jazz?
No, it's not. It's not. It's because, no, I'm being realistic. It's because the audience who are sleeping in their hotels call them, please put African Magic Epic for us. Because they want to relate to the story. That's the reason why, I'm back to your story now, that's the reason why you find that out 70% of stars that you people tag as Asaba actors are popular than most of the cinema actors. I can beat my chest to that.
Word.
Because if you pick, I will give you a typical example now. If you pick a Destinetico and put her in Wuse to stand, and you pick a Nancy Nsime and put her in Wuse to go and calculate the crowd, where the crowd will go. You know why? Because She's having numbers with the films that are uploading on YouTube. She's having numbers with the film that are watching in Africa Magic Epic. She's having the film that are watching on Rock. But maybe an Asensi now would charge big amount of money and shoot maybe only one film in a cinema in a year. I've not gone to cinema this year.
Why?
Because I'm busy and I'm 100% sure. No, and I'm 100% sure if you ask almost everybody here, half of people here are just going home to watch Rock or to watch African Magic Showcase or to watch football or something.
Let me shock you. So cinema caters for 0.5% of Nigeria. Let me put in context. 1 out of 200 people watch cinemas in a whole year, at least once.
1 out of 200.
Out of 200. But DVDs and African Magic caters for 67 million people. That's 33%. That's 33 out of 100 people.
Are you guys hearing?
So 1 out of 200, 66 out of 200.
You know, it just box everything I'm saying.
So, but what do I? Sorry to use my sister's name, but do I chase Destiny's career or do I chase Nancy if I want to be an actor? Which one do I go for?
I think as a starter, you need to chase Destiny Chico's career as a starter. You need to have numbers for packagers to call you.
I think we need to put hands together for that.
Yes, you have to have numbers for brands to call you.
We're 15 minutes beyond. I don't know how you guys want to discuss with 5 people about Nigerian film industry in 35 minutes. I don't know. This is me giving a disclaimer. So there are more questions, but I honestly think that TMCon needs to continue conversations online. We should ask questions on Instagram or wherever. But honestly, I think we've started up a conversation. And I also think it's time for us to also maybe drop our handles with them so that people can ask us, DM us, and all of that. So let's get 1 or 2 questions from the crowd. You know, just hit the nail on the head. Any questions? Any questions in the crowd? Audience. Oh, there's one there, a writer, and there's a guy there. Oh, yeah. So let's start with the lady. Well, let's learn from MI. How the ladies talk first. I hope that in the next 50 years, we won't be looking for men emancipation. All right, carry on.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nia. I'm a screenwriter. So my question is, Mr. Yinka...
Sorry, okay, direct your question. Mr. Yinka is gone, though.
Yeah, he has gone. I'm directing my question more to Mr. Sampson.
Okay.
There is this belief that when we strive for passion and excellence, we should most times forget about the profit aspect of it. But a lot of the time, the journey between you getting to that point could take you forever. So as an emerging filmmaker or producer or whatever it is in the creative industry, what really motivates you to have that satisfaction that you will keep getting, like you're going to get there? And also for Mr. Usman, as an actor, I feel like there's a knowledge gap in the industry with people understanding characters to screen. Like when you see them on paper, it's different. You as a person, how do you break down characters that makes the film or the content the true form of itself?
Okay, I would like to say this. Please, not just for creative. Okay, let me just concentrate on creative right now. There are 2 things we need to understand very, very well. Either you're an actor, you are a producer, you're a graphic designer, you are a video production person, you are a music promoter, you are anything. You need to understand the job and you need to understand the business. If you understand the job and you don't understand the business, you will work for the rest of your life and someone else is cashing out. If you understand the job, if you understand the business and you don't understand the job, you will waste your time spending money just because you don't understand the job. Let me give you an example. Let me look for the simplest example. You have some cash with you. You want to start a laundry business. You don't like washing. You don't like ironing. And you want to start small. You don't like washing. You don't like ironing. I bet you cannot stay for long in that kind of business. You know why? You're starting small. You're starting small, and definitely by the time you want to employ people, you employ 1 or 2. When they realize that you don't
know how to wash, you will be stranded. They can do anyhow, and they will go scot-free. You understand the business that, okay, by the time I wash this for a long time, this, that, this, just like what he's saying, numbers still has to do with understanding the job and understanding the business. You can be an actor. We have several actors that have been in the game for a long time. Till now, there's no breakthrough. Till now, they've been on Epic everywhere. From Epic to Urban to, in fact, Epic back to, Urban back to Epic, back to Epic again, not going back to Urban, if you understand what I mean by that. So you just need to understand the job, you need to understand the business. And what can only take you for a long time is passion. Just like what Mr. Yinka said, just love what you do. Enjoy what you do. Because that will be the only thing that will keep you going. Oh, this is not coming, you're not getting the breakthrough as you ought to. You just need to have the passion for it. If you don't have passion for being a graphic designer, I pity you. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
All right, lastly.
Next question, please.
All right, I am Alpha the Great.
Okay, no. So who's supposed to respond to that? Just a minute. Let's quickly.
A quick one, yeah. Okay, so basically is number one, actors, especially the one that God has favored to be there, they need to start rejecting scripts. Okay, immediately I read script and I can't find myself in it, I don't do it, no matter how big it is. And they need to do homework. I don't know which of my film you have watched before, or maybe if you have watched Voiceless, there's a film called Voiceless. I don't know if you have watched it. Thank you guys, thank you. Okay, so when I got that script, he was part of the producers actually. So when I got that script like a year before shoot, and I'm part of the producer also. Guys, every morning, if I enter bathroom, I check the mirror in my bathroom. I'll do different expressions. Different expression for 1 year I was doing it because the executive producer of that film once told me like a joke in my car that, Uzi, if you like, spoil this film. He knows Rogers. He knows him very well. You know, that's what he just said. He said, Uzi, if you like, spoil this film. So I was like, hi, God. You know, every morning, if I want to take my bath, I'll do different expression. And I now realize I have a friend. I was born and brought up in Kaduna. I have a friend, you know, this crazy guy that smokes, you know, that one guy in your area that everybody does not like. So he became my friend. I became so close to him. So I now realize the way he walks, the way he talks, and I brought that character, him exactly, his real life mentality, and I brought it to that character I played. So you can see the journey and what I have to go through just to make sure I bring that character to life. So a lot of actors does that. You know, the reason why is because they get so busy and they don't want to say no. So they jump from set to set to set immediately. They have not removed cry. Maybe in this film you are crying. They have not even removed it out of you. You are entering gunshot. Maybe you have not removed gunshot immediately. You are entering madness. So that's the reason why if you're watching the film, you'll be seeing the same kind of person in almost all the films. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So basically that's it. So you just need to give yourself a break, especially if the film is a big film. You need to do research. You need to go and check people who behaves like that once in a while, understand their movement and all that. Thank you.
Thank you. Final question.
All right.
Short,
I am Alpha the Great. I'm an upcoming filmmaker. I shot some short film on YouTube with over time to shoot movies, 3 years, 4 years, and then you will see how they are going to gross very well. Do you think Nollywood as an industry is growing or they are going back? Because you can compare a movie of 1980 in Hollywood to a movie of 2020 in Nollywood. Thank you.
It's a deep question, okay? And but basically, we are not where the US is, or if you compare even the film industry in Europe. The purchasing power here, we put our monies together, you know, as a country. It's not up to one state in the US. So I don't think it's ideal comparing Nigeria and Nollywood to Hollywood in that sense. I think there's still a lot we can do in terms of quality, but I will give a huge thumbs up to the Nollywood industry because with little or nothing, a lot is being done. Can much more be done? Yes. But you need to understand that there's a whole business to it. And if you're thinking you want to spend $30 million, for instance, to produce a film, how are you going to get it back? If the whole of Kaduna State even goes to, how many cinemas do you have in Kaduna State? Okay, most of the cinema screens are in Lagos, Port Harcourt, majorly Lagos. So when you look at the whole business, there's still a lot there's just little you can do with the way the business is structured and the money in the pockets of Nigerians. How many Nigerians, like you said, can just walk up to a cinema and spend that amount? You know, people are thinking, I've not eaten, I'm going to a cinema. So that's why he talked about YouTube. You know, people have data in their phone, so they can watch YouTube, Facebook. So if you're thinking to go that route, but even at that, how much can you make? The revenues you can make from YouTube in the US is way, way, way ahead of what you can make in Nigeria. And that limits your budget. Once you can't go beyond, if you cannot make $1 million back, then it's not wise investing $1 million in there, except you want to use the film for something else and you have some money back somewhere. So it's just the business that is limiting the film industry. But as time goes on, and with the advancement that's been made in the past 10, 15 years, things will get better. But right now, let's not expect so much from an industry that the resources is actually not there. But we're growing, and things will keep getting better. I don't know if
I think that's fantastic, and that would be a good place to wrap it up for this evening. Thank you very much, gentlemen, Mr. Sampson, Mr. Uzi Usman, Mr. Ikechi. Please put your hands together for them. And I'll bring up Mr. Elijah, I guess.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, for that last panel. Like I apologized earlier, sorry for the time that it took and we've stayed this long, but I would like to say that we have 2 more panels. I'm going to have a fireside chat with Mr. Joshua Chibueze, the co-founder of PiggyVest. And then after that, we are going to have the panel on the business of design. And then we'll have a wrap-up for the day. So please bear with us and join me and clap and welcome Mr. Joshua Chibueze. I mean, it's been a very long day, but we've had a lot of learnings, like they say in the tech industry, from this TMCon, and I guess our goal with this conversation, this fireside chat, is to see how we can get some learnings from you too. So I'll just hit right into it. You've been the co-founder of PiggyVest. Quite interestingly, I've followed your journey. You happen to be alumni of the same university, Covenant University, yeah. So the co-founders of Takeout Media, we also CU grads. So I've also followed you guys' story too. So I knew when you guys were doing Push CV, I mean I was on the platform.
severed.
Yeah, exactly. You know, a lot of people might not know the story of that failure and all the learnings that went in the system. And I remember when Piggyverse started, the narrative, the story that was being told. You know, so as creatives, really building a career in tech, you know, what do you think should be the starting point for any creative who's interested in the technology space right now? And that might seem a bit broad, but let me take it down. Let me drill down a little bit. So you have a lot of people who feel like to be in tech, they need to necessarily be programmers, or I can't code, so I can't necessarily have a space in technology, right? Are there more opportunities that you think the tech ecosystem is lacking right now that is beyond technical skills that you think people should be paying attention to?
Chuka doesn't code, but he's in tech.
Is Chuka in tech?
He's done some work for tech. I'm just saying.
Okay.
So, you know, you don't have to be a developer to be in tech. There are different aspects. You could do content, you could do marketing, you could do accounting, you could do design, you could do project management. It's called product management in tech. There are different things you can do. So you don't necessarily have to be a developer to be in tech. There's so many opportunities. People are building companies. I imagine, so for instance, Piggyverse, we recently just invested in creating a content department.
Really?
Yes. I'm sure you have noticed some of our content on social media recently. Yeah. So we did that. That's one project we did this year. And it's paid off, right? So you don't necessarily have to be a developer. I have someone on my team who is the lead comics designer.
Comics?
Yeah, literally. She draws comics.
Why will Piggyverse be invested in comics?
Because it's part of the storytelling. So you want to, the people we're targeting are young people who want to manage their money differently. You have to literally speak their language. They're on social media every day and they consume social media content. You're not going to come there. Finance is boring. Very boring. Money, nobody has time for that. So just talk to them in the language they understand. That's one of the reasons why we had to, invest in that aspect of the business.
So Piggyverse is now becoming a media company, or what? Why? Because I mean, you guys, a lot of fintech guys have really been investing so much in media recently. What's the reason behind that? Is it because to have a good product, you must tell a good story, or what is it?
So I think it's a very interesting aspect of marketing. I think it works, right? Because I've tested it and it works. Content is major now in today's world. I mean, we're in the social media generation, and content is literally everything, right? So for us, it's how do we, personally, I mean, because I'm CMO, we didn't want to, throw money on just doing random ads and trying to get people to sign up. Just create something that people love and people can relate to. Then they'll try out your product. You don't necessarily have to tell them, download this app, get 15% interest, 10% interest. No. You can talk to them about how, black tax, for instance, how it affects their finances, or how, just different things about how they use money every day. There's different people we're targeting. I mean, there's the young people, there's people in NYC, but, major markets is working class, people who earn a salary, people who earn an income. So talk to them about how they use their salary. Those are the kind of things that we
like to do. At the heart of every successful product is a good story.
Yes. I mean, so again, very, very interesting conversations we've been having all day. But I think one of the things that worked for us was storytelling. So we didn't have a lot of things starting. 2016, the product launched. We literally created the product for ourselves. I mean, 2015 December, we're literally all broke, going back home, and then for Push CV. And then, 31st December, there was a conversation online from Twitter where one lady broke a box, put it on the internet, and it trended. And that's how, we picked up the idea from there and like, okay, let's try and automate this. In fact, for us, it was just something to remove money from our account automatically and send to the company's account so that we can collect it back. But I I spoke to the person who was selling the boxes online. So someone was selling colo, physical colo online for like 2K. I actually bought one. I bought it for 2.5. So I spoke to the guy like, check out this product because we had built an MVP in like about 3 to 5 days. Something's a genius.
Okay, I was about to ask how.
And no, so again, before Piggy Vest, we had failed like almost 9 times doing different things. So we had built experience over the years.
How many years?
Since school. So since
Yeah,
2011.
exactly. Yeah,
The whole thing started in 2011, my final year project. I was going to build a document workflow management system for Total Nigeria PLC. So I spoke to Somto to help me build it. That's when we started the whole thing. And then we kept on doing things. So we built experience building platforms for retail consumers. And that's how we're able to engineer an MVP in a few days and test. And then as soon as he saw the product, he signed up, and then he literally stopped selling boxes. You know, this same guy will go on later years to compete with us. But, you know, that's a story for another day.
Really?
Yes.
Is he doing well?
Okay. But yeah, so that's what happened. So storytelling. We started, you know, did a couple of things. I remember we never sought for investors. The one thing we did was we joined a lot of accelerator programs. So we did Village Capital out of Black Box, and we did Google Launchpad. That's something I would advise every single startup to do, to embrace. Like embrace accelerators, incubators. They help you shape your story, they help you shape your product. We didn't know anything. None of us had worked in the bank. We're just a bunch of young people who are just curious and daring, right? We just don't enjoy when, we just believe we can change things, and funny enough, we know how to build products. So we took a stab at it, right? So, storytelling. First meeting with the investor, he didn't ask for our numbers or anything. He just asked us what we wanted to do. What we want, like basically what we plan to do in like 5 years. And I remember that conversation, and literally the next week, they wired us 30 million naira. And no, they invested $1 million, but literally the next week, they just sent the first bunch and the next one. But again, it was just telling them how we wanted to build something for our generation. So we're building banking for our generation, but we're not necessarily calling it a bank.
Exactly.
We're calling it different things, right? But then we're solving problems, you know, meeting pain points that, you know, people are having. So for instance, people have bank accounts, but you get an ATM card for your savings account, which means the bank wants you to spend from your savings because that's how they make money. They make money from transactions. So banks they make a lot of money from transactions, right? So in that,